Good morning and welcome to our Saturday, January 27th, 2024 Finance and Budget Committee meeting. How great to be here on a Saturday morning with everyone. Thank you for joining us. So I will now call to order our meeting beginning at 9 a.m. May I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. I will now turn it over to Councillor Cressman for our territorial land acknowledgement.
We are gathered in Wilmot Township on the traditional territory of the Neutral, Anishinaabe, and Haudenosaunee and Mississauga peoples. We also want to acknowledge the importance of the Dish with One Spoon Covenant, a peace agreement between Indigenous nations before the Europeans arrived. It characterizes our collective responsibility to each other and Mother Earth. We should take only what we need, leave enough for others, and keep the dish clean. By acknowledging this covenant and the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples, we are reminded of our important connection to this land where we live, learn, and work together as a community.
Thank you, Councillor Cressman. We do have additions to the agenda. That would be Report 8.1.1 COR 2024-05, which is Capital Project Status and Closures. Report 8.1.2 COR 2024-04, which is the 2024 Budget Capital Project Amendments. And item 8.2 2024, which is the Operating Budget Unfunded Budget Operations for consideration. Councillor Martin.
Through you, Chair Salen, I went online. What you just said, I don't see it in the HTML version. Is it on there, or am I?
I will let our clerk.
Through you, Mayor, when you open up the calendar of meetings for today, if you just click on the meeting date itself, at the bottom of the page it'll say revised HTML and it'll point you there. There was a bit of a technical glitch on the actual calendar and it wasn't popping up, but it is there, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate
it. Councillor Bean, as there was a technical error, did you want some time to recess today to see that, slash other councillors? I'm not certain if everyone was able to see that when it was added last night. Okay, so if we could maybe, when we get to that item, we will take a brief recess so that council has time to run through that, and it will be provided. The clerk's department will get everyone a copy just to ensure that everyone has seen the material and has a bit of time to digest it. So when we get there, we will take that break for everyone. And with that, I would ask for the adoption of the agenda as amended. May I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor, and that carries. Thank you. So disclosures of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Of course, for those that have not seen the additions, you can declare those later if you do find that you have any, but at this time, are there any? No? Okay, seeing none. We do have some delegations today, which I think is quite exciting. And our two delegates registered this morning who wish to speak on matters that are listed on the agenda. I will call those delegates up. We are going to actually have them come up now just so that if they don't have the time to be with us all day, they don't need to be. So we will have our first speaker, Miss Julie Neves, please. And Julie, you will have 7 minutes once you are up here.
Good morning. Hello, Mayor Salen, Council, and staff. I yet haven't seen the revised, so I don't know if my report is there by chance. It is very encouraging and great news you are considering testing. Wilmot residents want to have a window open and want to allow their children to play outdoors without time limits. Basic needs, quality of life, and the right to enjoy their properties. It will be great to see real data, and residents are very appreciative that Council has taken the initiative to look into their concerns. I am here today unanimously in December. Council did support our request for prioritizing for this year's budget an allocation of funds for an air monitoring study for Petersburg. I do have a few questions that I'd like to ask, and I don't know if specifically staff can answer them today. My first question will be, will budget be allocated for 2024? My second question is, have terms of reference been drafted? My third question is, will the township bid this out, an RFP? And my fourth question, will attempts be made to ensure neutrality? For example, not using same consultants, so to maintain integrity of the testing. And my very last question is, can this testing be done this summer? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie. In terms of your first question for the 2024 budget, Council did ask that staff bring back to us during this process for consideration, so that answer would come at the time that Council makes that decision. Can I ask staff if they're able to answer the other part? I think it's quite process related.
Yes, and through you, Chair. I believe at the time when the direction came forward from Council to investigate a study, we had indicated that we would receive a legal opinion from our solicitor, since it is a matter that is currently before the tribunal. We have asked our solicitor for that opinion and would be presenting it to Council in consideration of their decision on this matter. And if so directed, then it would be included in the budget. Until such time as it would be approved in the budget, we would not proceed with any of those other items, because it isn't an authorized project. So at this time, we wouldn't have issued an RFP or any of those other questions that you had, because we currently do not have authorization from Council through the budget to to proceed with this study.
If I could just clarify though, from a process standpoint, hypothetically, if it were approved, it would go to a public RFP process. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Very good. And in terms of timing, would that be something that Council would set again if it were to be approved? Just want to confirm, because I know that was one of your questions as well.
I'm sorry, could you?
In terms of timing, so if Council decides that this is something to go ahead with throughout the budget process, would Council set the timing? Because she asked if it would be done this summer. I just wanted to clarify if that's something.
Yeah, we would take direction from Council in terms of the timing that you would wish to see.
Very good. And questions from Councillor
If I may,
Wilkinson.
through the chair, question to the CAO. Through the chair, if I'm correct, I believe the direction was to bring back a report for consideration at the budget deliberations. Sad to see that it's not here. I know there was mention at the council meeting that a legal opinion should be brought forward. What is the timeline on that? That should be happening, as far as I'm concerned, on the Monday, the 29th.
We have provided all of the materials requested to the solicitor. We did hear from him late this week. There was some interaction back and forth with him on the matter, so I can speak to him on Monday to see when that might be available.
So through the chair, I put forward a motion here then, two parts. One, instructing staff to obtain a legal opinion as soon as possible, ideally Monday, if not the following meeting by February 12th. Furthermore, we can't pass a full capital budget until such time that we can consider the report that was requested and directed to be given back to us. So I would move that is debated and added to the meeting for the 15th, where we will conclude our budget deliberations. So I'd like to see some firm deadlines on the direction that was given.
So I would need a seconder for that motion on the floor. Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Any questions or comments on that motion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. And Councillor Cressman, did you have a question for Julie? Nope, already addressed. Very good. Any other questions or comments for Julie today? Seeing none, thank you very much, Julie, for coming, and hopefully we will, well, not hopefully, we will have answers for you to your questions in the very near future.
Thank you. I do have a comment. It's a technical comment. To secure equipment for testing for the summer, it should be done no later than March. So we're hoping that at least funds be allocated. We request that funds be allocated immediately for the first quarter to at least secure equipment to run then the testing, and for our community to also have input on location, reasonable terms. Once this has been drafted and put out for RFP, we would like to have the opportunity to have input.
Very good. Thank you very much for joining us, Julie.
Much.
And we have a second delegation today, and that would be Judy Cran. And Judy, thank you for joining us, and you will also have 7 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to thank you from the community that council has supported on air quality study. I can't wait until I can open my windows and enjoy my outdoors again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judy. Were there any questions, councillors, for Judy? No? Okay. That is all of our delegations for today. Like I said, thank you very much for joining us. You're welcome to stick around for the rest of the meeting, but also we can appreciate if you have other plans today. We have not received any correspondence, and we will go into reports, which is 8.1, 2024 capital budget. Oh, yes? Mr. Elliott.
If I may, Mayor Salonen, as part of the correspondence or delegations, I just wanted to update this council that through our budget at wilmot.ca, we still have heard from the one individual with respect to traffic, Mr. Bowman, I believe is his name, and looking for traffic calming in particularly Livingston, I believe it is. And then we also heard from these ladies with respect to air quality study. Those are the only comments that we've received through that budget at wilmot.ca email.
Great, and that's actually a great reminder for those watching. Is that email still currently one that they can submit questions or comments to?
They can submit during the meeting. If at lunch, if we've got a couple more, we'll update the council with that, or sorry, the committee with that after lunch.
Very good. So if you are listening and you want to add comment or have question on the budget, the email address, Mr. Elliott?
budget@wilmot.ca.
Very good. So you can send your questions or comments to budget@wilmot.ca. So items 1.1.1 does get into the addendum items. So if we could just take a 15-minute break so that council has the opportunity to review those documents if they didn't see them last night. I would need a mover and a seconder for that. Moved by Councillor Sadhu, seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. All those in favor? And we will return in at 9:30. Thank you very much for joining us back at 9:30. May I please have a mover to go back into committee? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. If I could just have the clerk make note, if you're following along and you wanted to see where the agenda items were added, he will give technical information.
Absolutely, thank you, Mayor. Any member of the public and council as well can access the revised agenda by just, if you go to our township calendar, that's where all of our meetings are laid out. And if you click the date itself, so for today, January 27th, just on that page, there's a heading that says revised HTML and then revised PDF. Those are the links that you can access the revised agendas. And for further clarification, if you're looking at that agenda and want to identify which items are revised, there's a notation at the top of the agenda with an asterisk that says items marked with an asterisk have been added to the agenda as addendum items. And then if you scroll down to the agenda, you'll see those items right beside the number that they're identified as. So in this case, I think it is 8.1.1, there'll be an asterisk beside that, and that'll demark those added items after the original publishing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are on agenda item 8.1.1, which is the capital project status and closures. The recommendation is that the report be received for information. To get that on the floor, may I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Cressman, seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Does anybody have any questions at this time of that report? If Dan Elliott, if you did want to speak towards it, but you moved your hand and it might not have been that you wanted to speak, but you're on the spot.
I did. Thank you, Mayor Salonen. I wanted just to inform the committee that this report, slightly different style than you may have seen in the past. Schedule A is all of the projects that are done, and it's time to close those projects. Return the money to source if there's anything left over. If there's anything slightly overspent, it's funded in proportion to where the original funds came from. So this is almost like a housekeeping report for information. Here's how we made out on those capital closed projects. Schedule B are all of the other remaining approved capital projects that have not yet been closed by staff. They're not quite finished. And there's commentary there that gives you a brief synopsis of where we're at and perhaps when we might see those close as well.
Thank you very much. One other thing I forgot to note is that Director Mullen-Hughes won't be able to join until after lunch. So if you do have infrastructure-related questions, one, you can ask them now and staff will note them. And then two, like I said, he'll be joining after lunch, or depending on how today goes, if we don't make it to that point, we can have it discussed further at length at our following meetings that we have planned. Councillor Wilkinson.
Yes, thank you through the chair. Just a note on that. I think, I don't know how my colleagues feel, but I feel it would be inappropriate if we were discussing the infrastructure-related capital projects without our Director of Infrastructure and Public Works here to answer. So if he is unable to attend today, then perhaps we do shelve those for the 15th. That's my opinion.
Yep, that's perfectly fine. Happy to proceed that way, and that seems to be fine for staff as well. So are there any questions or comments at this time for the capital project status and closures? Nope. Okay, seeing none, I will call the vote. Again, it's for information receiving purposes. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. On to item 8.1.2, which is the budget capital project amendments. The recommendation is that this report also be received for information. To get it on the floor, may I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. Staff, any comments that you wanted to make on it?
I think this is actually just received for information. We'll be inserting these pages into the budget. Project number 7 has been reduced to a design status only for funding, rather than funding the entire project this year. We're funding just design. And then the other 2 projects were brought forward, the installation of the level 3 EV chargers based on a resolution of council. And then the Baden Dog Park design and construction had been pushed out into a couple of other years, and we've had rethinking on that, brought it forward. So those are the 3 changes that are in this document.
Thank you very much. Councillors, any questions on this document? I did actually have a question on number 39, which is the EV charger station. So I see that staff have identified 2 locations, which was requested. I see the New Hamburg Community Center Arena being one of the locations in New Hamburg, and then I see the Wilmot Rec Complex being the other one. I was just curious on both council's thoughts, but also my understanding was to see them more so in our downtown cores to attract business. I'm fine with the New Hamburg Community Center Arena because that's still, in my mind, very easy walking distance, and parking is quite limited downtown on the main street. I was curious about the rec center, though. I don't know if that's necessarily the best location. Usually people are taking their kids in for activities, or they're going in for something for a longer period of time, where the level 2 chargers that we already have are suitable. And I certainly would love to see if there were an opportunity more so to promote Baden businesses versus out far, but I'm curious what council's thoughts were. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, through you, Chair Sallin. I have some comments and questions about that based and exactly on the topics of what you just addressed, but I didn't know, are we going to talk about it now or later in terms of those details?
I'm not certain if it is an infrastructure department or whose department it actually falls under. It's under Director Catania. So then I think it would be appropriate if we did want to ask and have questions about it.
Okay, thank you, through you, Chair Sallin, so yes, I would agree with your comments because I would ask the same kind of questions. In terms of location, my thought had been in Baden, the township office here. I don't see it bringing in a lot of traffic because usually a level 3 charger has room for 2 cars. And so if there would be space in the parking lot for 2 cars, that would be the most that it should be bringing in. And secondly, I'm thinking that in terms of locations, it's cheaper to base them where you already have electricity that would be suitable. And so in New Hamburg, it's my understanding that behind the fire station, there may be electricity there, but maybe it's a similar kind of electricity at the New Hamburg Community Center. So, I mean, I had questions about that just in terms of the location and electricity, but certainly I would recommend that we put them in downtown Baden, downtown New Hamburg, to promote businesses in the 2 communities. And then another part of my questioning would be, is it possible to put forward, to have if we do approve this project, can we base it on the funding? So we're putting in an application to the province. I have not read through all the details of the application. My understanding is that Director Catania is more familiar with the application. So is there a provision, like, do we have to commit to the project without the funding in order to submit the application? And because my recommendation would be to promote to approve the project based on whether we get the funding or not.
Great. Director Catania.
Thank you, Mayor Sallin, and to Councillor Martin. Yeah, multi-prong here approach. So we definitely can look at any location. We as staff had determined that, for instance, the Wilmot Recreation Complex, there was already existing servicing that we can have out there based on the cost. We definitely could look at Castle Kilbride here as well. There might be some power requirements that are needed, which might increase a little bit of the cost. So staff are definitely open to make sure that we are servicing downtown core for both New Hamburg and Baden. As an example, with the fire station in New Hamburg, we as staff believe that it wasn't appropriate there based on high water situations that might happen as well down in the downtown core. So that's the reason why we're looking at the New Hamburg Community Center. when it comes to the actual application, I know there's a tight timeline, so depending on what the motion is of today, staff will be working behind the scenes to apply for that grant funding. And there was already a motion on the floor, I believe, from a previous council meeting indicating the desire for council to look into the EV charge station. So that gives staff that authority, and we can submit that as part of the application. And again, as the budget deliberations go here as well, we can look at this funding contingent upon the grant from the province.
Councillor Dunstall?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. As I remember, it was up to $75,000, or up to 75%, 75,000 or 70. So the grant would never cover the entire amount. It would at most cover up to 75%. And we don't know if it would be 75%. Has anyone looked at the application form? Is there some kind of caveat that if it's this, you get 75%, if it's this, you get, do you know?
Through your, Mayor Sallin, to Councillor Dunstall, yes, I think it's the way the province has it set up is we would look as a township as a maximum of $75,000. They'll pay up to 75%. So, for instance, if there's an EV like a level 2, it's only $50,000. The province would pay 75%. Here, because we're looking at a higher expenditure, the province is looking at an upset limit of $75,000. They won't pay 75%. So if we arguably looked at $200,000, they're not going to pay, $130,000 per se.
Thank you.
Councillor Martin?
Through you, Chair Salonen, I don't know if this would add to our deliberations. There is another application also with the province. I didn't submit it to Director Catania. My understanding of that grant is that it can be combined with businesses. And so if we did not get approval on this grant, there would be a second grant that we could apply for, and it's my understanding that we would qualify and we could combine it. So, for example, if a business in Baden would be interested in putting in money, we could make it a joint project, and also simultaneously in New Hamburg, if there would be a business in New Hamburg willing to put in some money. So I put that out for further discussion or deliberation.
Councillor Dunstall, were you moving your computer to ask a question or not to put you on the spot? Okay, very good. So Director Catania, just to understand the timelines, because I know this one is finite with the deadline approaching, I think, this week. Did you need a direction today then on this particular project? I just want to clarify so that we're getting what staff need in order to proceed whichever way council decides.
Through you, Mayor Sallin, obviously to you, the chair. The application is due January 31st. Staff would preferably like to see some kind of motion from council, so that gives us a little bit more strength for that application. I will further note to council, as much as you're approving a certain portion of township funds, staff still have to go through the procurement process to make sure that we're following obviously the checks and balances. And when we come back after tender, that'll be another piece where council has some approvals in place to either award or not award based on budget.
Thank you. So council, does anybody want to move a motion on this or have further discussion on this at this point? Councillor Martin?
Yes, thank you, through you, Chair Sallin. I would move that we approve this project contingent on the government funding.
Just for clarity, so approve the funding of this project subject to the location interest that you had described earlier?
Yes, I mean, if that needs to be, yes, of course, that the location be considered with regards to downtown core in the two, in Baden and New Hamburg. And so the motion would be contingent on government funding and in the downtown cores.
Very good. Is there a seconder for that motion? Okay, seconded by Councillor Cressman. Any comments or questions on this motion? Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I just want to make sure I understand the numbers. So perfect world, we get up to 75%. They're $50,000 each, I believe, so that would be $100,000 for two. At 75%, that would make the cost to the township $25,000 for two chargers. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, to Councillor Dunstall. No, each charging station we have from a staff perspective, we're looking at about $130,000 or so. Depends on the tender when we come back, but our ballpark price, they're each. So if you're looking at two, obviously we have a total output of about $280,000. And that includes the grant money. So you see the breakdown here. You'll see that $150,000 would come from the province, and the township's commitment would be $130,000 for two. So $65,000 each.
Does that answer your questions for this time, Councillor Dunstall?
It does,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay. Oh my goodness, I was about to say director, but Councillor Cressman. You had, no? Okay, you're good. Councillor Stu.
Thank you. I see for the cost recovery, you have average of 4 charges per day at $15 an hour. With our current charges that we have now, are we meeting that threshold, or what's the average cars charging per day?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, to Councillor Sadhu, I'd have to probably this afternoon come back to you with those numbers. I'll have to deal with finance on that piece. This is just from a calculation perspective of just giving you an average of 4 visits per day at an hour and giving you the numbers per day, per week, per year.
Councillor Stu.
Yeah, if we can have those numbers. It's just, my concern is I don't know if we're going to get 4 charges per day per charger. So this is, in perfect world, it would be a 3-year payback, but if they're not being utilized enough, we could be looking at a longer term cost recovery on these. And then I'm not sure about the maintenance on these, so would we make our money back before we start having to maintain them and put more money into the maintenance of them?
On that, I was curious, do we know what the life expectancy is currently of a level 3 charger?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, we're looking at, I know it's a range, but around 5 to 10 years.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, just a general comment or observation at this point. Again, this was just put in front of myself and some of my fellow councillors all of maybe 20 minutes ago, and then there is an impact on the capital budget and where it's being funded. I'm just wondering if we can discuss this later in the day after we get some more information back and have a chance through the break maybe to review it in more depth. I'm just proposing that we don't vote on this right now immediately for this item, but maybe we come to it when we get to it.
So we can certainly entertain that idea. That would have to be a formal deferral to later today would be the time and place. So if you're putting that forward, I would need a seconder for that. Seconded by Councillor Cressman. So we're voting on the deferral of Councillor Martin's motion here. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. So we will loop back around to this at the end of our meeting today. Any other questions or comments on the capital project amendments at this time? Okay, seeing none, I will call the vote again that this is that this report be received for information. And just to clarify, if you're watching, that does not change the fact that we're bringing back the motion later today. So all those in favor for receiving for information, and that carries unanimously. On to item 8.1.3, which is the draft 2024 operating utility and capital budget. So this report was received at regular council meeting on January 15th and referred to Finance and Budget Committee for consideration. I will first invite our interim Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer, Dan Elliott, to provide a general overview.
Thank you, Mayor Sallin. This capital budget has been organized for you in 3 different sections. The reason I've done that is because the funding sources in each section generally are sort of cohesive in respect to those particular capital projects. My hope is that we can, or my suggestion has been to the chair that we look at the R&R schedule and almost go through it similar approach to a consent agenda type. Are there items on this list that we want to talk about? Are there items that we can just consent approve? At the end of the discussions, I would like the opportunity to review the funding of what's left, because I get the sense that there may be an attempt or an interest in reducing the amount of new debt that we plan on issuing this year in this budget. So when we've got various funding sources, I can almost say that there's, for funding regular R&R projects, it's infrastructure reserves, there's gas tax, there's OSIF, and then there's debt. So any project that is funded by any of those can be interchangeable, because just because I've identified it with debt doesn't mean that I couldn't fund that one differently and fund a different one with debt. So I encourage you not to just focus on the ones that I've identified for debt. Those are the ones that I got to after I had used up the other funds. So let's take a holistic approach at it, and then after our discussions today, I'd be happy to go back and rejig the financing to what makes sense. The larger projects get debt, the smaller projects go on the reserves. But I respect your latitude to have me go back to the lab after the fact. But we'll do our best to help you through this process. I look forward to the discussions. The directors are here to answer questions on the projects. I can help with funding type questions.
Thank you very much. I do just want clarity. So the consent agenda relationship is confusing to me a little bit, in that, are you saying if we don't talk about it, staff are assuming it's approved, or you're more so saying we don't need to go through line by line each item, you would rather people identify which ones they want to talk about?
I would suggest that we take an approach of, call it consent agenda for each section. So we take the R&R, identify which items we wish to talk about, approve the rest, if that's okay with the chair, and then we start talking about each one that we pulled. Then at the conclusion of that, each item is now approved. We go approved or disapproved. Then we go to the next section of growth and new and do the same thing through there. Which ones would we like to talk about? Let's talk about those. We're done.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
That does make sense. Then just to provide clarity, of course, it would need to be ratified by council, because I know we are waiting on some other items, such as what was delegated this morning, that might have impact as well. So for clarity, if they are approved at this point, it doesn't mean that they will be finalized, approved at council. Yes, Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I appreciate what Director Elliott is proposing. However, upon review of our capital plan, a good number of these are infrastructure services, and as we made note of earlier, our Director of Infrastructure Services is not present at this time. Also, keeping in mind that we're talking about issuing potentially just on the repair and replacement program, $2.5 million, or approximately $2.5 million worth of debt, I wouldn't be opposed to discussing each item if it is justified and fairly quick to review, and we're in favor, then I think we can just review each one. But my objective here today, and I don't know what my colleagues agree or not, but I'm looking to reduce that levy-funded debt by as much as possible. So if we start chipping away at each one, 10,000, 11,000, 30,000 here and there will accumulate rather fast and hopefully put a dent in that number if we can. So I would propose that we take a different approach.
Is there general consensus from council as to which approach they'd like to take? I'm at your whim as chair. Yes, Councillor Cressman?
Yes, I would concur that I was looking at, I've made notes on most items. I don't know how much we have to discuss on each one, but I wanted to circle back to your comments. I was looking at, or I want to understand, you arbitrarily chose how these were to be funded, or is there some kind of golden rule that says this is how you do it, and this is, DC has to contribute 50% and, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just curious on that because each pot isn't endless, and so we can, anyhow, I think the net result at the end of the day is that we can increase debt to reduce, levy in the short term, but we're just bumping levy increases down the road, and so I'm, because of the long-term debt. So I'm trying to understand how you arrive at a balance. I think that's what I see in what you've attempted to do, is arrive at a livable balance between those. And if that's the case, then I think I understand it.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I may, the development charges does bring in a little bit of a twist to it, and that's primarily in the growth and new section. Where possible, I've optimized the funding from development charges and sort of categorically, does it qualify for DCs? Is it in our DC background study? Can I do this? Yes. Do I have balances available, or do I have to go to DC debt? So that was that decision. But with respect to DC, when you get outside of DC, I'm suggesting that the funding sources are pretty much interchangeable outside of DC. Debt, reserves. At the end of the line, if I've got $10 million of projects and I've only got $3 million available in reserve, there's $7 million of debt if we have to do it. And through you, Madam Chair, I threw out the idea of consent agenda, but if we wish to go through each one, that's fine. We also, Director Mullenhugh will be here this afternoon, but we also have the fire chief who has a teaching engagement for this afternoon, so he will not be here this afternoon. So we're trying to get some balance here. We can go through them, and if we identify some that have questions that Mr. Mullenhugh will need to answer, we can just table those for now until after lunch, and we can go down the list one by one if that's the will of council.
Very good. So I think looking at the time, being that it's only 10 o'clock, there's, I believe, 78 capital budget requests. Why don't we just systematically start going through them? So I believe that starts at page 158 of the budget book that we were given on the 15th, which would be capital budget request form number 1. We will start just going 1 through continually by numbers. If we do reach 11 o'clock and we've not gotten to the fire ones, I would then suggest that we would specifically pull out the fire ones to ensure that the chief is here to answer them at that time. Does that work, Councillor Wilkinson?
To add further complication, or through the chair, to add further complications to this discussion, what if we just discuss the fire items first? I mean, they are systematically numbered and sort of grouped by department, so potentially we could discuss fire and then go back to one, then skip over fire again when we get to the appropriate items.
Sure, we can do that. To be honest, the reason I was pushing it off until 11 was because I didn't have it marked in my book where fire starts.
Thank you.
But if you just give me one moment to make sure that I get that correct, then we will start with fire. Just a moment. All right, so that was a lot quicker to get the answer I was looking for. We're going to be starting on page 177, which is capital budget request form number 16, and numbers 16 through to 20 is what we will discuss first, as those are all the fire-related items. So item number 16 is the project is the interior renovations and backup EOC upgrades to station number 2, and it falls under building renovations and health and safety. Chief, I will allow you if you would like to make comment on it first, and then we can see if anybody has any questions. It does not need to be long or lengthy by any means.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, this project was deferred last year and brought forward again this year to identify some issues within the fire station related to health and safety and the upgrades to the EOC. Specifically that the current fire station layout is a large open space where fire gear and firefighters are exposed to basically a garage environment, and there's no separation to place their bunker gear and their cleaning stations into what we call a clean space, separated with appropriate ventilation, et cetera. They also identifies an open 400 amp three-phase panel system that's open to a wash bay in essence, and so they have to be extremely cautious when they're washing fire apparatus, and we would be proposing to enclose that in an appropriate safe environment as well, to protect that infrastructure from water exposure and of course the dangers of electricity around firefighters in that space as well. Further to that, we also looked at the opportunity to put a very inexpensive training prop on around the top of this to create a mezzanine space, by which in the winter months we can continue at a local level to train our firefighters with a variety of skill sets in a more controlled environment. Typically in the winter months we have to forego that training. West Trek is closed during the winter months. This would give us an opportunity to do that at an extremely low cost. So I'm here to answer any further questions if council has any.
Thank you very much, Chief Leeson. Questions? Councillor Cressman.
Yes, I talked to the fire chief of Station 2 last night at length, and as I understand it, the other Station 1 and Station 3 are up to this standard. This Station 2 is the one that is lagging behind, and I wasn't quite sure what he meant with props. I was thinking of Trinity players and stuff like that, but he said, he basically said the training of putting drywall up and simulating a house and allowing training to occur in that environment, that they could be trained. So in my mind, this is a very important project to bring the safety of our volunteer firefighters up to the level of the other stations, and I see it important moving forward.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Would that, I guess I should clarify. So because we're going to go through each item, I would ask that we make a decision either that we ask for it to go forward, we ask for it not to go forward, or we ask to make a decision at a later date. So we'll do that for each item just so that staff has clarity, the public has clarity, and we're also all on the same page. So Councillor, would that be a motion for this to go ahead?
So move.
Seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. Any questions or comments before? All right, seeing none, I'll call oh, sorry, the clerk has a question.
Sorry, through you, Mayor, I just want to be clear on what that direction is, just for the minutes. I'm assuming, Councillor, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that it be included in the capital budget program that be brought back to Council for approval?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. I will call the vote. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. We will go on to number 17, which is page 178. This is under community services, but it is the 30 Neville Street architectural design for a New Hamburg Fire Station number 3, and this would be under replacements and rehabilitation. I will turn it over to either the chief or Director Catania to make comment on this project.
Through the chair, this is a provision to begin the design phase of Station 3. It is not to engage in construction of the project. We are strictly or simply looking for a joint project with community services by which we would find an architect to design the station, come back to council with the designs for final approval, and go through the exercise of engineering, et cetera, to look at the site, follow planning, all of the requirements through planning, building, et cetera. I think outside of that, the report's fairly self-explanatory, so I'll leave it open to council questions.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkinson?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm glad that we're looking to move forward with the design of the fire station here at the Neville Street property. One of the things that I think has been discussed in the background at length is the potential to build and design a spot for a potential police detachment out here as well. I'm wondering if that's been considered, where we stand on that, and if we've even received any commitment potentially from the police at this time that they would entertain the idea should it be built and designed.
Through the chair, I did have a discussion with Waterloo Regional Police on that possibility. They will definitely be considered, and further discussions will have to be had between Director Quintana and myself with the regional police to see if there is an interest to put a satellite office in. I will say currently that the regional police use the 3 fire stations, have access to the 3 fire stations, so that they can utilize our washroom facilities and a place where they can, you know, sit down and have some food or something of that nature, certainly a nature break. So we are working closely with our police partners to make sure that we're accommodating their current needs, and we will look for something a little more permanent in that location.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. 400,000 is a lot of money, so I'm just wondering, is there a breakdown of how much of that is design versus engineering? And also, is there some kind of plan, some standard plan that is used for fire departments when they're built across the province? There must be some kind of set plan that has to be met, and I'm just wondering if we can save money on the design piece if we have that to follow.
Through the chair, fire stations have to be built to post-disaster level construction, which is a very, very strict building procedure. However, to your point, there is predisposed designs out there of various fire stations. What I want to make clear to council is that we are not looking to build a fire station. I want to be tactful about this. We're not looking to build a really high-end fire station. We're looking for a 3-bay wide, 2-bay deep garage to house our fire apparatus. One of the reasons is we cannot currently accommodate a platform-based aerial device. We don't have the room. The doors aren't wide enough. The station length isn't long enough. We've just simply outgrown, the community has outgrown the needs of the fire station we currently have. So we need to build a design that will accommodate existing fire apparatus and potential future needs. So there'll be basically 2 spaces that will be left vacant for future growth in that design. We need to accommodate the volunteer firefighters' needs with some small office spaces, et cetera. So we're not looking to expand this into something super large. We want to make sure that it'll accommodate today's needs and into the next 20 to 30 years of projected growth.
Thank you.
Councillor Cressman.
So through you, Mayor, I assume this would also looking at site plan determination, because it's looking at, before we start having community services, you know, taking over a portion of the sites for this, that, or the other thing, you want to make sure that you're not running in conflict in 2 years down the road when you suddenly have to, or when shovels start going in the ground. So I assume there's a site plan component of this as well?
Through you, Mayor Sullivan, to Councillor Cressman, and I want to get back to a point that Councillor Dunstall made. So when we look at the consulting services for architectural design, it's really 3 phases. It's concept design, detailed design, and contract administration. So concept is really putting kind of block planning onto the property. You're dealing with your studies, your site plan approvals to make sure it's not interfering with anything else on the property. Detailed design gets into the real, you know, the nuts and bolts of all your other sub-consultants when you look at your electrical, mechanical engineers that are putting that in, and contract administration deals with Basically, making sure that when you're at the construction phase, that the design is being built exactly to what has been specified, and having those checks and balances in place. So to you, Councillor Cressman, as well, that would be kind of your first phase for concept design, would be making sure that everything is fitting appropriately on that property. And at this point, there's been some initial planning that has indicated that it would be fitting on that property at 30 Neville.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, to Chief Leeson, do we own the apparatus already, or is it pending delivery at this time? Like the space that we need, essentially, what's the timeline on that?
Through the chair to Councillor Wilkinson, we currently own a 75-foot aerial stick, what we call it. It's just a ladder. What we're, in order to accommodate the growth of the community coming forward, we will need to move to a 100-foot platform aerial. So it has not been ordered yet. We will be coming to council for approval on that particular apparatus at the appropriate time. At this current time, our apparatus is in the station, but it's met its life expectancy at 25 years. So we're proposing it'll be 3 years before we can order that apparatus. We need a fire station to put it in. So those two projects have to align with each other at the appropriate time.
Through the chair, just to clarify, the current apparatus we have, you said it's met its life expectancy, and we're currently exceeding it?
That is correct. That apparatus reached 25 years of age this year. Typically, fire underwriters survey will begin to, they could devalue our grading. They won't, because we're planning to make all of the correct decisions as we go forward. These are very careful decisions that have to be made. Council has to, we have to be transparent to the community and council about these decisions. So we're planning ahead. That's going to be fine. The aerial apparatus we have now has been well maintained, and we will continue to do so. The only risk to us is if we had a catastrophic failure of components on that fire apparatus, we would be in a difficult situation if that were to occur, but we will take all reasonable measures to make sure that doesn't happen.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I would move that for project number 17 here be approved.
Seconded by Councillor Cressman, and so just to clarify, for the...
Sorry, through you, Mayor, just for the public's aware, we'll bring it back. So just when you refer to be approved, that it be included in the capital budget to be approved by council. I'm sorry, I just don't want anyone thinking that we're approving today.
Through the chair, we'll try and adjust the wording to make sure that it's, I move that this be included in the capital budget.
And just for the sake of going forward as these motions happen, since we're doing it 78 times today, we will note that it does still need to be finally approved at council, as this is technically committee. All right, so that has been seconded, moved. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That carries unanimously. We will now move along to project number 18, which is page 180. This is under fire services. The project is fire attack nozzles / master stream, and it is deemed replacement of equipment. Chief, did you have any additional comments you wanted to add? I feel it's pretty straightforward, but no? Okay. So the chief is here to answer questions. Does anybody have any at this time? Councillor Martin?
I would be ready to move that we approve this, bringing back to the capital budget. Did I say that right?
Yes.
That it be included
in the capital budget. I defer to my colleagues.
Very good. Seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor? And that carries. On to item number 182, which is request number 19. So sorry, page 182, request number 19. Also under fire services, this is tanker 616/6 15, station number 1, and it is a replacement and a rehabilitation. Chief, any comments on this one, or just here to answer questions? Just here to answer questions as well. Council, any questions at this time? Councillor Cressman.
Yes, this again was part of our discussion last night with Chief Brad of Station 2, understanding how you can replace 2 with 1, and I understand the gallons match up, but this idea of, I thought, well, 1 was running for water while the other was being used, and he said, no, we've got portable tanks that we empty rapidly into, and they keep pumping out of there, and they're often interconnected with other tankers from other stations. Any major event, the 3 stations respond. So I think the mechanics and the logistics make sense, and you have repair and maintenance that makes sense when you're replacing 2 units with 1 over time.
Very good. Any other questions or comments at this time, councillors? Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, I'm curious, I understand that we're looking at funding this from levy. I know that things can be moved around, so it potentially may not be put forward as debt down the road. But I'm curious if there's some sort of program within the fire industry that would basically employ like a fleet management service or sort of like a lease usage program. I know there's other industries that would utilize that model. Is that something that's applicable to fire services?
Through the mayor, that's a great question, Councillor Wilkinson. There is a fleet lease program available out there that they could fund on behalf of the township, and we would have payments to make, of course, like any other debt. I can certainly explore that when we get to the negotiation phases of, I might as well open up this discussion now. One of the proposals that I'm looking for approval on these 2 fire apparatus. We haven't spoke to the next one yet, but when we get to that conversation, I'm looking for approval from council to move forward with these 2 fire apparatus. Further to that, we have a pumper and an aerial coming up in the 25-26 budget years. So one of the things I'd like to come back to council with later, knowing that these are approved, is to look for pre-budget approval in the future budgets with the appropriate scheduling and funding to bring the aerial forward, to tie it in with the build of the fire station, and then the pumper to get ordered, because those trucks take 2 to 3 years to build. And further, I would then propose that, based on your comment, Councillor Wilkinson, that we look at bundling those 4 fire apparatus with additional potential savings, and then we could look at a fleet management or a lease program at the same time, and working with Treasury to see what kind of options are available through those vendors.
Councillor Dunstall?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. The exchange rate that you're using at 38%, is that a projection of what you believe it's going to be at that time, and what perpetuated that 38%? Is that, do you know something I don't? So if I go to Florida, I should get my money now, or should I wait? Like, do you know something?
Through the chair, that was at the day of writing the report. That's what it was at that time. It will fluctuate, change, vary. I'm sorry. I wish I had that crystal ball.
No, I wish you did too. But I would assume on such a large amount that will impact. Could have some serious impacts. Thank you.
Councillor Cressman.
Yes, further to that comment, if you knew, you could help me determine when to sell my grains, because that has a great impact on my grain, the basis on grain over Chicago. Anyhow, this is a question to interim treasurer. Have you seen leasing of fire equipment in any of the other municipalities that you have worked? Does it what's the pros and cons? I guess that's maybe a comment for another day, but just quickly, have you seen it?
Through you, Madam Chair. Personally, I have not. Leasing is used when you often, the experience is with office photocopiers. When those things were worth, well, they're still worth a big pile of money, the large multifunction devices. Sometimes those are capital leased as well. So it's a financing tool, but either way, it's still financing. And it still results in an annual payment, whether it's over the life of the asset. But when you lease, you don't pay for all of it, of course. You only pay for what you use, but then you have no residual value when you get to the end. So I'd have to do some analysis on it. And I would presume, because again, I don't have the experience of having done it, I would presume that those payments would also count towards your debt financing limits, because you've debt financed it.
Councillor Martin.
Through you, Chair Salonen, I think I would be ready to put forward a motion that we would look at this and the next one together, because I think really, are we going to turn one down? And it seems to me that Chief Leeson, your input is very important. At the same time, sounds like you've been working on a schedule projecting forward. I don't know if any of the councillors have questions about one truck or the other, but it seems to me that they both fit together.
So just for clarity, you're moving number 19 and number 20 to be added to the budget that comes back to council? Okay, seconder? Seconded by Councillor Dunstall. Any comments or questions on either of those projects? Councillor Cressman.
Just a quick one on the lighter rescue for Newdon for Station 2. It was seen as very appropriate by the chief because of some of the narrower areas, especially around Alder Lake, that are required, and heavy rescue doesn't make it in there. And he said a combined response to a fire means 2 other heavy rescues are there, and so he thought this was very appropriate.
Very good. Seeing no other questions or comments, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously for both items 19 and 20. Now, I believe that does wrap up the fire. However, there is a non-budgeted consideration under the unfunded budget option consideration that we had pushed back to this budget today. I just need to find it. What page is it on?
148.
It's page 148 for council and for those following along. All right, and it is the one at the very bottom, which is the fire prevention / public educator part-time to full-time conversion. I will pass it over. So this would be operating budget that we're flipping to, but it's because we had requested we bring this operating budget back to meeting today. I'm only pulling on the fire so that we have the chief here to ask any questions. Chief, would you like to make comment on that ask for operating?
Through the chair, I would love to, we provided a 5-page justification for that position, and I just would love to give a high-level overview. I won't read 5 pages to council, but the importance of this position meets a variety of legislative compliances that we look to seek. Under the FPPA, public education and fire prevention are mandated. We have been slowly building our fire prevention team, and this is an evolution of going from part-time to full-time and justifying each year the requirements. I will point out that there are some projects that are tied to this increased level of service. One of them being the community risk dashboard that we were proposing. Without that additional support from moving from part-time to full-time, we will not be able to achieve that, which would then forego that $35,000 budget request or capital budget request next year. We just wouldn't have the capacity to reach that. We are proposing in this document to increase our public education presence in the community significantly, especially with our schools. With the Community Safety Village being closed in Waterloo Region, that has eliminated that resource to our schools. So therefore, we need to have a larger presence within the school, and it's a very time-consuming to write curriculum and to work with our school partners to make sure we have that presence, not to mention our vulnerable sector, our aging population, et cetera. We have to continue to meet and grow those partnerships with the various groups within the community. It takes a great deal of time to build those relationships, and our public educator is poised and ready to do that. I want to point out, too, that in 2022, there was 133 fire deaths in the province of Ontario, and those fire deaths continue to exist in our residential structures. We have, to give you an example, a home that's been built most recently has hardwired smoke alarms in those. As soon as they reach 10 years of age, those smoke alarms are required to be replaced. It is happening countless times that people just don't realize that, and not because they just don't know. And we want to make sure those messages get out there, that we're sending that to the community, that you need to replace your smoke alarms every 10 years when they're hardwired and interconnected. We don't want fire deaths in our community, and we're striving to make sure that that doesn't happen. We're doing all we can, but the additional time that would be required to our public educator will move towards seeking that goal, in effect. So I'm here to answer any other further questions if council has any.
Thank you very much, Chief. I was wondering if you could just touch on, and I know it's not a Wilmot Township resource, but the Community Safety Village closure, is that permanent? Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, that's a really unfortunate loss to the community. I remember growing up and going there. That aside, councillors, any questions or comments for the chief on this ask? Councillor Martin.
My question is first about procedure. In putting forward a motion, does this sound different than the ones that we're dealing with on capital? I would be ready to put forth a motion to approve this increase from part-time to full-time.
Very good. I was just being asked by our clerk if we wait for doing the motion now that he's answered questions, or we will have the opportunity right now to answer questions, and then this afternoon when we look at the rest of the operating, do it at that point in time, if that's okay with you, Councillor Martin. Any other questions then for the chief on this item? Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through the chair. I understand that this is on the options page, or the unfunded budget options. Was there a reason that you chose not to put it forward as part of your initial budget ask when the budget was developed?
The ask was raised within the level of service, but it did not fit within the targeted budget targets that we had given to the each department. There was a handful of things that came out, and that included everything that was on that list. We missed the chiefs, and so we've added that to the list. And so this is one item that we couldn't squeeze in.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. How much of the person's time would be spent on education? Do you have any idea?
Currently, 100% of this individual's time is spent on public education and
Perfect.
burn permits, those type of tasks.
Great.
And we would like to grow that 100% to 5 days a week.
Our first concern is always safety, right? So absolutely. Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
This is more of a comment than a question. I believe it was October when you had an educational session at the New Hamburg Community Center on a Saturday. And I just wanted to affirm how important that is. I noticed a lot of people there, and I thought it was great. So obviously the public is interested in coming on a Saturday morning. So way to go.
Yeah, through the chair, I have to give kudos to the Fire Prevention Division. They both, our Chief Fire Prevention Officer and our public educator, and our admin assistant spent a great deal of time. We conceptualized the idea, we put the plan together, and they did the heavy lifting. So, I mean, fantastic job on them.
Any other questions for the chief while he's here on this item? Okay, seeing none. Like I said, we will, yes, Councilor Martin?
Sorry, through you, Chair Salinan, if we're voting on this afternoon, does that mean we have no questions if the chief is not going to be here? I just wonder if that's going to be problematic if we have a vote and questions arise.
That's a good point. I will look to the clerk.
Through you, Mayor, I think the suggestion to just hold off until you've seen all the options was so you can consider it as a whole. But it is, council's choice when you do it, but that was the intent.
Councilor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, if I'm correct in the way that we've sort of operationally aligned or planned for this, we won't be discussing any final amendments or considerations for the operating budget until the 15th anyway, correct? So at that time, I think we have the information. We could make a decision on that on the 15th as well.
That's what I was thinking.
Yes, it is all being deferred again for final consideration. Everything out of all of these are. So yes, I guess then to further your point, Councillor Martin, it would be, even if he wasn't here today at the point that we vote on it, there will be other times before it goes through final approval from council. Seeing no other questions on that item then, I would ask if we could jump forward to page 206, which is capital budget request form number 48, because that is one final fire services one. Thank you to the clerk for catching that out of order. So this is the fire services. The project is fire extinguisher training, and the project type is growth and new. And I will, Chief, did you want to mention anything about this project or just here to answer questions on it? Okay, he's here to answer any questions. I see pages turning quickly, so I will give you all a moment to catch up to the project there. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I recall reading through this and actually forgot to mark down the question I wanted to ask, but I understand that using this type of training prop, there wouldn't be any live usage of fire extinguishers or then the required cleanup and potential exposure to any other chemicals and whatnot, but I would assume traditionally we've always done it the other way. You've started a fire, used a fire extinguisher to put out. What is the potential cost savings on this, or that you would estimate anyway, in the ask?
Through the chair, excuse me, the a 10-pound extinguisher has a life expectancy and a fill rate if we were to discharge an ABC extinguisher. I believe it's around $15 for a refill. To do a class of 20 people, you would be looking at, usually you can get 2 rotations out of an extinguisher. So you would be looking at, 10 extinguishers, $150 per session. To be fair, we would do a cost recovery on that typically, so I don't think we really are looking at savings. We're looking at from this lens, we're being kind to the environment. We're not impacting anyone's health. With an item of this nature, we can do it indoors, so we don't have to worry about weather. As mentioned, we would look at training our township staff, so we could, Director Quintana could give us a space somewhere within the community, and we can train his staff or whoever infrastructure services may have a need for that as well, with not to mention this building. So we have all kinds of industry and commercial partners that we could offer to as well. That's really I don't think there's really a savings per se. It's just the ability and the flexibility of this platform.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, follow-up, how often are these classes or these education sessions that would use this equipment being offered or utilized, or what do you predict?
Through the chair, we were doing it by request only. Accessing this device, we would be more actively offering it to the community. We never felt comfortable using the live fire version and the ABC extinguishers because of the mess and the spill to the environment. Basically, we just didn't feel comfortable. We would do it on request, but it was limited in that respect. So this is looking at a growth potential and developing it within the community.
Any other questions, councillors? Anybody wanting to move a motion for direction on this item? Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, I can certainly see the benefit to this, and I'm just wondering, though, looking at the price tag and looking at all the other funds that are being invested in the fire services at this time, with also the potential of having to consider an operating budget increase on it, I would move that this particular project, if supported, be pushed to a future capital budget.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Any questions or comments at this time, councillors? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that's defeated. So this would be coming back on capital, correct, clerk?
We would need a motion on that, through you, Mayor, because there's still no direction on it. The direction at this point is that it's not being deferred.
Okay, so. Councillor Martin.
I move that we put this item into the capital budget.
Very good. Seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor? All those opposed? That does, well, now we're just in a pickle. We're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we will be back. Can I have a motion for that at least? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor of a 5-minute recess? That's carried. We'll be back in a moment. All right, I would need a motion for us to jump right back into committee, moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Wilkinson, all in favor, and that carries unanimously. So I'm going to turn it over to the clerk on our stalemate that we currently have on number 48.
Through you, Mayor, to Council, having looked at this, I think, you know, if we walk through the series of what occurred in terms of votes, we had a deferral that was defeated, and then we also had an approval which was defeated, which leaves Council with a request that is essentially denied at this point. So it doesn't go forward. It won't be brought forward into the capital projects for consideration at future meetings. If Council so choose to consider at a later date this project, you would need to do a vote to reconsider, which would require a 2/3 majority vote in favor. And I would just caution Council on that you can only reconsider an item once per term of Council. So moving forward, if that was to come forward, let's say in 2025, and you reconsidered and you lost that vote, it would not come forward again until another term of Council, that item. Okay.
Through the chair, just I'm sure there's a term for this, but point of clarification, I suppose, is if this were, I think what we're making a decision on right now is to include this in the 2024 capital budget. If this was submitted as a new request in a 2025 capital budget, it would be a new item, correct?
Through you, Mayor, I would suggest that no, because the reason for that is the topic is germane to this vote. So it's essentially the same thing. You're considering the same item again. It may be a different number, but it's the same topic you're considering. So it would really be the chair's discretion if it's germane or not, but if it's the same topic, it's very hard to argue that it's not the same topic.
CAO Chambers wants to jump in.
Thank you, and I would, perhaps we would require some discussion before it would come back, but I believe what's coming forward is, and the motion was related to include it in the 2024 budget. So if it came back in a subsequent budget year, could it be considered a different direction and decision from Council? And I think that's something I'd like to explore because, again, I think this direction is focused to the year 2024.
I would say that's a very valid point. And yeah, I completely agree with you, what you're saying.
Yeah, okay, Thank you.
So I guess to summarize at this time, it's not coming back for this budget for Council decision. Come the next budget, which I know staff are so looking forward to starting already after this process, then we will discuss at that time how it can appropriately be raised back up. Okay, moving along then. There is one more fire budget item that is, sorry, which number was it again, clerk, that we're looking for? So the next item is in today's addendums. So it should be the additional. Yes. Perfect. Page 214. Give me one moment to catch up here. Here we go. So this is item request number 66, and this is for fire services. The project is tanker certification and certified explosion and fire investigator CEFI certification, and this is a mandatory certification type. I will turn it over to our chief just to give some background on this project.
Thank you. Through the chair, tanker certification is conducted every 5 years under the FUS guidance, and what it gives us, the township, the ability to offer our ratepayers a reduction in insurance premiums when those people fall under those catchment areas for rural firefighting. It does not apply to anyone who has hydrant protection. So, for example, New Dundee, who does not fall under hydrant protection, benefits a great deal from this particular project. And all of those residents then can realize some insurance reductions based on their insurance provider. It's It's not something that I can give you a hard and fixed figure on. It is, it varies between insurance provider, and it's up to the residents then to reach out to their particular insurance provider to find out what their rate reduction would be. But there is a savings typically, and we need to show our certificate on our website, which we currently do. Once we recertify, then that would then carry on to those residents as an example. The other project is our Chief Fire Prevention Officer and myself are certified through CEFI, and unfortunately this particular program is not offered in Canada. So we're proposing that rather than paying for flights and, higher costs to the ratepayer, we would find a location that's close enough to drive to, and then there would just simply be hotel and food accommodations required. Through the CEFI program, there's also significantly reduced rates, and typically the breakfast is provided, so there would be no additional cost for that. So some of the, we look for ways to save the taxpayers money, but we also need to have this, our recertifications done. If we don't recertify in the appropriate time frame, we have to go through the entire course again, and it's lengthy. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, no questions. I move that we pass a motion to include this in the capital budget.
Seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor, and that carries unanimously. All right. That, I believe, does dispose of all of the fire-related capital projects. We will now go, I think the best format is to go back to page 158, which starts at item number 1, and we will proceed forward. I would say that staff, if you do want to make a comment before we start deliberating, please just catch my attention. And you can make comments and then open up to questions for council, and then we'll be looking on direction for staff as to if it's coming back to our capital budget for final deliberation or not. So item number 1 is from Department of Community Services. The project type is Administration Complex Water Softener Replacement, and this falls under replacement and rehabilitation. Director Catania, did you want to make comment on this?
Thank you, Mayor Salin. Yes, this capital sheet deals with obviously replacing an original water softener for the administration building and then the servicing of 2 boilers where we need a specialized HVAC technicians to come in and do this, more so than the in-house staff that we have, and a total cost of $11,000.
Thank you very much. Any questions at this time, councillors? Seeing none, anyone prepared to move a motion of sorts? Councillor Martin?
I would move that we put this in the capital budget.
Was that seconded by Councillor Crestman? Yes, okay. And then all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. On to the next page, we have capital budget request number 2. This is community services. It falls under Castle Kilbride maintenance and restorations, and this is replacement and rehabilitation. I'm not seeing the director wanting to comment. Oh, yep, Director Catania.
Through you, Mayor Salin, yes, correct. For Castle Kilbride here, there are a few items for 2024 that we are proposing. The restoration of the mural paintings, for instance, these would be done in stages, and we would have to retain a specialized contractor to be able to do those pieces. And we, from a staff perspective, we've indicated, a plan in place over the next few years of just chunking out some of the restoration needs of Castle Kilbride. And then there's some minor floor repairing that needs to happen in the Belvedere room, and just some exterior touch-ups from a capital project that we had for the front porches in 2023. Happy to answer any questions.
Great. I did just want clarity. So my understanding is that the floor repairs are a safety hazard, like a trip hazard that they're causing. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Salin, yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. Councillors, any questions on this item? Councillor Dunstall?
I would move that this be brought forward to the capital budget. I think that we have a unique jewel with Castle Kilbride, and it generates revenue and brings people in, so absolutely.
And I think Councillor Martin is seconding that. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? And that carries. And we will move on to, we're on page 161. This is capital request form number 3 under community services. Again, WRC building assess replacements, and replacement and rehabilitation is the project type. I will pass it over to the director.
Thank you, Mayor Salin. Yeah, I just wanted to bring attention to a couple different capital sheets that will be coming forward here dealing with the WRC. We are looking at really the jewel of the community from a recreation perspective, and this facility is 15 years old. We are looking at end of life cycle or end of life for a lot of the components in this facility. So for instance, here you see justification for replacing the leisure pool vacuum, rooftop blower motors, again, specialized HVAC service for gas preventative maintenance on our Dryatron desiccant air handlers, replacing baseboard heaters, replacing backflow preventer as well. And as mentioned, there'll be other ones that'll come forward that specifically deal with the arena and as well the aquatic side, but this is sort of a general catch-all, something that we needed to put forward that's above a minor capital item that needs to be grouped into a major capital.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, through you, Chair Salin. And I guess my question is to my colleagues on council. Would people consider putting the Wilmot Rec Center items together? Because I'm thinking if we're going to turn down one or if we're going to question one, it might affect another. And if we approve one and then don't approve another one, I guess I'm just wondering procedurally if that's a possibility.
Are councillors opposed to having them? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I would be opposed to grouping these together. I have some further questions and concerns about the refrigeration plant that I think we should discuss, but happy to look at each one individually.
Okay, just because we don't have consensus, we'll just continue on individually. Any other questions on this particular submission of number 3 of the items on here? Seeing none, is anybody prepared to move direction? Councillor Martin?
I would move.
And that's in favor of this coming back? Okay. Seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. On to page 163, which is also Community Services, WRC Aquatic Center, assess asset replacements, and this falls under replacement and rehabilitation. Director Catania, did you want to comment on this, or you're here for questions? Yep.
Thank you, Mayor Salin. Just a quick comment, specifically with the Aquatic Center. So this was the second phase of the WRC, looking at approaching around 12 years of age. Again, a lot of the components that are in the pool mechanical room and that pool environment, unfortunately, are somewhat getting near to the end of their life expectancy. They are in a chlorinated environment, so they don't always stand the test of time, shall we say. So in this capital project, we're looking at replacing high-rate sand filter that helps obviously filtration. We are looking at replacement of the UV system as well, so that deals with again from a filtration perspective and as well just from a chlorination perspective. It's making sure that our chemistry of the aquatic environment is obviously meeting health regulations. And then as well, we have the dehumidification system with the Dryatron service, which will be a future capital item that'll be provided in our 10-year capital down the road. But right now, just to get this continually functioning, we want to make sure that we're not going to be down for any service disruptions.
Thank you. Questions, councillors? We'll go Councillor Martin first.
I would move that we put this in the capital budget.
Okay, is there a seconder to that, and then we'll be able to ask questions? Seconded by Councillor Wilkinson, and then a question, Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, through the chair. I agree with moving to include this. I think last year we made the decision to defer the sand filter, and the understanding at the time was that was even a questionable move. So I think the importance is that we invest in the pool this year. I was curious, so just to pick up on Director Catania's comment, You've mentioned that the Dryatron service, that's not included in this maintenance ask. It's more so just identifying the fact that this will need to be replaced moving forward or heavily serviced. Is that correct? Is that what you just said?
Through you, Mayor Sellen, to Councillor Wilkinson, the Dryatron surface for this year, instead of being part of the operating in a, because it's a bit of a ticketed item, we're looking at about $25,000 for servicing of this for this year, only because at this point we are, obviously we're trying to remove the excess moisture from the air, and at times we've been down and had to bring in specialized mechanics to help bring this back into service. And even when I first started it back in June, there's been some shutdown time for the aquatic center just because we weren't able to take the excess moisture out. It was just not a conducive environment for any type of public use or even for staff. So this one is just really to keep servicing it along, where when we get back into 2025, 2026, staff will be bringing back forward a proposal for a proper capital budget asked for the full equipment replacement of that unit.
And through the chair, what is the estimated value? I realize you don't have the exact figure in front of you, but what would you estimate the cost of replacing this unit would be? I just want to make sure that we're not putting $25,000 into something that next year we're going to replace.
Through you, Mayor Salen, to Councillor Wilkinson, at this point in time, we have some real rough estimates, and we're looking at different options and proposals because we're doing some investigative work, but we've seen, like for like, we're looking at $1.9 million for that unit. So again, staff's working behind the scenes to see if there's any other type of systems that can be used besides the one that's in that facility that we can look at from a cost-saving perspective.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Yeah, through the chair, I don't have any further questions. I just suppose, as my councillor to me is just mentioning, yeah, we should look to keep servicing. So I think we can probably vote on this.
Very good. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. On to page 165. And this is budget request form number 5, Community Services, WRC Arena Refrigeration Plant Asset Replacements under Replacement and Rehabilitation. Director, would you like to make comment on this?
Thank you, Mayor Salen. Through you, obviously, to council here. This one here is dealing mainly with the cold side of the WRC, the refrigeration plant. Staff have done a great job on putting together a 10-year capital plan, and there will be others for 25, 26 that deal with various components of the refrigeration room. For this year coming up, we're looking at end of life cycle for our BAS system and controller. We're looking at putting in a backup control system so that this way we can try to limit overtime, staff time coming in after hours to deal with situations before we have our proper refrigeration mechanics come in. And then there's, as well, you'll see just end of life cycle glycol cooling plate and a brine pump as well that's added to this list. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I'd be curious to understand what the value is of sort of each individual component. My concern is mainly coming from, do we need to spend money right now on a backup system? Also curious when you reference sort of potential downtimes or overtime or after hours calls that were incurred. I'm curious what the value was of that over the past year and what impact it's truly having on the budget. So I guess first, what are the values of each item? And then 2, what was the spend on that overtime piece or after hours calls?
Through you, Mayor Salen, to council, I'm actually going to, if I don't mind, refer it to our capital project coordinator, who has probably a little bit more detail. And if Ms. Shank cannot answer, then I will definitely fill in the gaps.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So when it comes to our refrigeration plant, our supervisor of arenas, I'm sorry, can I hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay, sorry. Our supervisor of the arena has actually consulted with Black & Mac to come through and check our refrigeration system to determine this 15 to 20-year lifespan as we've met it. There are areas like the glycol cooling plate itself is leaking. There's a picture in the, right at the bottom, you can see that it's actually collecting in a bucket, which is obviously not great. While that's not working right now as well as it could be and needs that replacement, it's actually causing our compressor to work double time. If you drive through the back of the arena, you'll notice that there's a leak coming from that compressor, which has been repaired right now. It will, like Director Catania suggested, it will come up in a future capital project for full replacement. That's a big ticket item. We're trying to extend the service to get that full 20 years. So the other three components here are connected. So the BAS, so if you look at the first pictures, you'll see that there's like a burn on that electrical panel. So we brought them in, and the first suggestion was to replace the entire electrical panel and system in the arena. Obviously, we asked them for any kind of workaround. Replacing components was not anything that could happen because those components are outdated and no longer available. So we'd have to move to a new BAS system. The idea of giving the backup is only an upgrade to a new BAS system. So those things are all kind of, they're together. The infrared surface would also be included with the BAS, which currently is not operating efficiently, and it's causing our staff to come in after hours because it's registering that the ice is not at its optimum temperature. So then they are manually controlling the brine pumps to make sure that we are able to have these ice facilities available to our community members.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, so if I'm hearing correctly, purchasing a new BAS would include the backup. It's not necessarily you can separate them out. Is that what I'm hearing?
You could separate it out. The difference between having just the backup or having the backup separate would be a future upgrade we could look at, but you're looking at maybe $15,000 on a $100,000 unit.
I appreciate that insight. I think I'm still looking at 15,000 as being somewhat considerable. I don't know what the feelings of my colleagues are, but I would move that we remove the backup system from this ask. I don't know if there's agreement across the table, though.
So there would need to be a seconder to that. Seeing no seconder, then it will not be moved.
Can I just add for a second?
Yes, of course.
The idea being if we have that backup included now, then similar to any other construction project, mobilization has been covered. If we were to add it in the future, determining that this remote access was something we wanted to move forward, you would be looking at probably $30,000 to add it in an after.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, or does somebody want to make a motion? Councillor Martin?
I would move that we include this in the capital budget.
Seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor, and that carries unanimously. Moving right along to, this would be page 168, noting that it was added to the addendum. It's the Community Services New Hamburg Arena Construction / Multi-Use Facility Phase 1, Replacement and Rehabilitation. My understanding is that information was provided, the addendum part of this project, and I will turn it over to the director.
Thank you, Mayor Sallin. Just wanted to give some context, the difference between the two sheets that you probably see and how it's revised. I think previously we were looking at a capital outlay of almost $1.5 million for this. We've revised that, our department's revised it down to, and actually I have the old sheet, I believe it's $70,000. What we're looking at doing here is we, as a department, want to make sure that we're getting things right with this facility. We want to do a feasibility study, which includes retaining an architect to do some concept design drawings of this facility, as well as a feasibility of what the costing would be for a renovation to this building. To give some context, we were successful in a grant from a few years back where, from an ICIP perspective, where they would contribute 73.3% of the cost of the project up to a maximum of $4.181 million. The issue is that with construction price indexing and this grant being approved back several years ago, or at least when it was applied for several years ago, that number seems a little bit out of date. We're only going to receive that money. There's not going to be any more funds coming in, so that's the upset limit. So with a revised construction cost, the original dollar amount of $5.7 million in our minds is not realistic, or at least it's not accurate at this point. So that's why we want to make sure that we're getting this right in the sense of, okay, what is it going to take to renovate and use the approved funding here, or the approved grant, as a multi-purpose facility. And that way, if council decides when we come back with that phase one, it's not something that's feasible, then at least council has that decision, and we're not, as a municipality, putting too much money out at this point. So from a grant perspective, we put the money out, they reimburse us. If we decide to go for the full project, but we decide to shelve it halfway through, we will, the federal government, provincial government will not reimburse us any of the costs. So we just want to make sure we get things right and take a very structured approach to this to make sure that, there's, just mitigating that type of risk.
Thank you. Councillor Dunstall?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, when does the grant run out?
When does the grant run out, which I believe is 2027?
Through you, Mayor Sellen, yes. So we have to be able to have this project turnkey finished, substantially completed by March of 2027.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, that was question one. Question two would be then, what kind of timeline do you propose the design will take? Are we at risk of potentially breaking ground too late?
Through you, Mayor Sellen, to Councillor Wilkinson, as a staff team, we do not believe we'll be at risk of breaking ground too late. We believe a project of this nature, even with delays, we're looking at about 16 months or so, 18 months to construct. So if we can really work ourselves backwards from that March of 2027 date, we would love to come back to council. If this is approved, we would love to come back to council sometime this summer with some findings, so that this way council can make some decisions on potentially proceeding to, the next phase, for instance, when I call it detailed design, getting into the, into the nuts and bolts of it. But obviously, from a concept perspective, that includes a lot of community engagement with a lot of our users, our stakeholders, to make sure that we're hitting the mark, along, obviously, with the updated master plan, to make sure that we're servicing the community for that facility.
Councillor Martin?
Through you, Chair Salen, I have an appreciation and a question. The appreciation is, it seems very significant to go from 1.4 million to 70,000. So it seems to me that you're doing what has been asked and bringing forward a very good cost-saving measure, and to make sure that we're doing it right. My question is about pickleball. I know that there's been some specific questions. Will this facility be a possibility for pickleball? We seem to have an interest of that in New Hamburg, and wondering if that's a possibility.
Through you, Mayor Sellen, to Councillor Martin, definitely that is an opportunity. I don't want to speak too soon, because I know that as we go through our public engagement for our master plan, that's really going to dictate the type of programs and services that we need. That could even include looking at it as, I know there was the ice studies that have been done in the past. I know that it's obviously in our old arena, but if you're looking at recommissioning it and having new brine lines and a floor in there for ice, there is that possibility. So it's really making sure the horse is really before the cart here, getting our ducks in a row that way, trying not to put too much financial output until we really know those true findings, and then getting things ramped up probably later this year, and you'll see a future, if all things go according to plan, you'll see future capital requests for 2025, 2026, and early 27.
Councillor Dunstall.
I just wanted to echo, I would give you kudos for trying to make sure that we maximize this building to incorporate the needs of everyone. So good job. Thank you.
Councillor Cressman.
Yes, I think basically the tone of our discussion here is by all means go ahead, but I have one question back to your preamble. I wasn't sure what the rules are around the gift horse that, or the grant that we were given. Basically, do we have to do it accordingly to the original plans in terms of what was submitted for the grant? or do we have flexibility in what is carried out? And so I guess, I think you mentioned something to that effect, but I didn't follow it entirely.
Through you, Mayor Sallin, to Councillor Cressman, we have to be, it's very strict. We have to do exactly the scope that the grant was applied for. So that would include, and I think the original scope was to take a look at putting in future brine lines in a refrigeration plant system. Now, staff behind the scenes has looked at modifying that to make it just a warm floor, but you can take a look at having a refrigeration system in there, but also, when it's not on, have still a warm floor in different shoulder or off seasons as well. So it can still truly be a multi-purpose facility. That grant also was awarded based on the scope of upgrading the mechanical, the electrical, the accessibility. There's a lot of other details that our project coordinators also detailed out that's still going to have to be looked at with building envelope, for instance, in that facility to make sure it's well insulated, your fire suppression. So this is where, when we get into that concept design and we look at what we call a Class D estimate, I know on the sheet it says Class A, but Class D is a very high level estimate. We want to know really what we're getting into. We want to make sure the council's well informed so that this way we're not coming to the table late and saying, oh, by the way, it's 30% more than what it is. We want to give you that data up front so that you can have an informed decision.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, just so I'm clear as a follow-up to Councillor Cressman here, we can invest and perform the project as is with also leaving the door open to potentially looking at a refrigeration plant installed down the road if that's something that we'd want to pursue.
Through you, Mayor Sallin, to Councillor Wilkinson, yes, that's correct.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I'm prepared to move that we include this in the budget.
Seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor, and that carries unanimously. On to page number 171. This is request form number 8, also community services. It's the New Hamburg Community Center asset replacement and rehabilitation. Director Catania, would you like to make a comment?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, yes, this is just the replacement of a water heater, holding tank, and backflow preventer replacement. When it comes to this end-of-life water heater and holding tank as well, there is going to be a little bit more servicing that's involved with different venting options, so that's why you see the price tag at $15,500.
Thank you. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Martin?
I would move that we include this in the capital budget.
Seconded by Councillor Cressman. Any questions or comments before we vote? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? And that carries. Page 172, this is also community services, Heritage and Scott Park, electrical and plumbing enhancements, replacement and rehabilitation. Director?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, the mechanical pieces with the backflow preventer, William Scott Park, but also as well from our project coordinator when we were looking at the Nith River Promenade project. We do have an electrical panel that does need replacement and to be properly put back into service.
Thank you. Questions or comments, councillors? Councillor Cressman?
Yes, again, this is something I looked at the panel as being non-debatable when it comes to electrical panels. The question that I caught my eye was a decommissioned kitchenette, and how often would that be used, and is that the intent, that the kitchenette rises from the ashes, so to speak, or I really question whether the need for that and something that's used occasionally. So that's might be my ignorance, but that's my question.
If it was your ignorance, then it's mine as well, because that was the question I wanted to know. Director Catania.
Through you, Mayor Sallin, that would actually be a future project when it comes to recommissioning the kitchen.
Okay, very good. Any other questions at this time, councillors, or someone wanting to move? Councillor Cressman?
Yeah, I would move that it be included in the capital.
Seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that carries. On to page 174. This is budget request number 13, I'm just looking to see that that's correct, because I jumped from number 10. 13. Okay, I'm being told that's correct. This is Department of Community Services for replace 2013 service vehicle with stake truck. And this is growth and new, so I'll turn it over to our director.
Thank you, Mayor Sallin. We have a piece of our fleet here that's end of life cycle. We are looking at replacing this with a new stake truck. This will actually provide a little bit more service, obviously, to the community when it deals with our trails, our parks, our open spaces. So with our equipment fleet right now, we're not really able to haul or carry much in the way of supplies, and we really rely on outside contracted staff, or not contracted staff, but contractors to provide that. So this is something that we were hoping we could do a little bit more in-house, provide a little bit more volume with hauling material for chipping, stone dust, river rock, of that nature when we look at any type of repair or replacements out in our parks.
Thank you. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, you mentioned that some of the things that you may be able to now have been contracted out. Would you have any ballpark figure at all? Are we talking about $5,000? Are we talking about 10, 15 that we spend in contracting those things out that we could now do in-house?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, Councillor Dunstall, I'll have to come back to the table and do a deeper dive into our detailed GL to provide that cost-benefit analysis. I just know that as well, just with the service of our existing fleet, we're not able to do a lot of that in-house, which we were hoping to do.
Councillor Martin.
Through you, Chair Sallin, to Director Catania. This is a nice-looking truck. I think it seems like a good idea. I'm just wondering if we spent $50,000 instead of $100,000, could we buy a used truck? Is that a possibility?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, it's to Councillor Martin, that can be an option. I would not advise on something of that nature. I think if we're looking at a truck of that size, with our used vehicle market, we would probably be looking at a lot more than $50,000. And if we were getting something for $50,000, we'd be in the same state of repair of our vehicle equipment and fleet maintenance that has to go on, which is sometimes costly.
Councillor Dunstall, I did see your hand up before, but you're good? Okay, we'll go to Councillor Cressman and then Councillor Stewart.
So my question is, do we pool vehicles within the township? So does Roads Department have a vehicle that could be booked for use by community services, et cetera? Is this something that could be shared between different departments?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, to Councillor Cressman, I know for community services, this would be heavily used between the months of March all the way through to December. But from a collaborative perspective across the corporation, our department would have no issue with assisting with our individuals in public works and infrastructure to provide that to their need if they have winter maintenance operations. I will say that just off the top of my head, I don't believe they have a vehicle in infrastructure that would service our needs.
Councillor Cressman for a follow-up.
I'd look at all the activity collecting garbage that seems to get strewn across the edges of our roads, and as soon as the snow disappears in the spring, I see the Roads Department out there with a truck that isn't dump in nature and throwing it in the back and asking myself, is this, throwing it on and throwing it off, does that make any sense? I'm not micromanaging the departments. I'm asking the question that, around the farm, we tend to share equipment between different, so I've said too much.
Councillor Sadhu, did you still have a question?
Yes, thank you. I see it currently has 165,000 kilometers, which, is a lot for a Dodge. But how much do you guys generally put on there in any given year?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, I'm thinking we're about 40,000 or so kilometers a year would be on average.
I'm just generally looking at it, $100,000 with our budget constraints right now, it just seems like a lot. Would it be conceivable if we buy another, for example, another pickup truck, it would just take a couple more loads to go back and forth, but would it be suitable and get the job done? Or would it be too hard?
I think through you, Mayor Sellen, to councillors to do, I think what we're looking at from a department is we're trying to create some efficiencies where we're avoiding that travel back and forth. It's just to get the job, done sooner so we can get on to other tasks as well that are with the department. As an option, can that happen? Sure, it can, but we believe it's not efficient, and that's why we were looking at the surplus vehicle here being put off to gov deals as an example to recoup some of those costs, and then making sure that we're able to, make sure we're in well positioned to provide the service to the community.
Councillor Dunstall, did you have
thank you through you, Mayor. My question was what happens to the vehicle if we replace it, and I think you just mentioned something.
I think this is just a comment, but in all due respect, I think when you look at the cost of pickups, they aren't necessarily cheap either. And I was surprised you could get this vehicle for $100,000 because if you start going to a dually that could pull heavier loads on a flatbed with some of the equipment that was mentioned, you're up approaching that $100,000, and you have far more utility with the vehicle that you've got listed. So from a vehicle selection point of view, I think it makes sense. I guess I go back to Councillor Sadhu, and not to use the frame, I'd park this in the maybe parking lot and is this the things I do around the farm is when there isn't money, you just stretch out assets for another year.
If I might suggest, if that's the thinking, perhaps because there was also more information requested on contracting out these services instead of doing in-house, perhaps somebody would look at a motion that would ask staff to bring back that information and tentatively leave it for final consideration. I'm just giving ideas, but it is up to you, or I can pass the chair over to someone else.
Yeah, I would so move. I would request additional information as well, kind of the fleet maintenance to determine whether they thought this truck could last, existing truck could last one more year.
Very good. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Dunstall. Any comments or questions? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, just maybe offering up a friendly amendment. Are we expecting to get that information back on the fleet services and leasing information on the 15th?
That is good to put in place in time. One, Councillor Cressman, would that be amenable to you? And two, staff, would that be viable?
That would be amenable or amenable, or whatever way we enunciate.
Potato. Would that be suitable to have that information back, Director Catania?
Through Mayor Sellen, yes.
Okay, very good. So then I see that as a friendly amendment that's been accepted. Any other questions or comments on it at this time? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? That carries unanimously. Oh, my apologies. Sorry, Councillor Martin. So that was not a unanimous. All those opposed? Thank you very much, Councillor. Sorry about that. And we will move on to the next item, which is page 176. And this is number 14, Department of Corporate Services. And this is annual hardware, software, and network infrastructure upgrades. I will turn it, all right. I will turn it over to Interim Director Ben.
Thank you, Mayor Salonen. As the request outlines, we are looking to upgrade and replace hardware that we have. So those will be laptops, or tablets, different technologies used by staff. A key piece of this I just wanted to mention that's not really mentioned in the request form itself is that it is important to stay on top of these technologies, because when they do become outdated, they do become a security risk. And I think that's important to highlight for council. I'll also highlight with regards to the server, which is a significant cost in and of itself. The township has exercised its ability to extend the warranty twice on this. So for last 2 years, we've extended our warranty, and that extended warranty comes to an end this year in 2024. So we will be without a warranty on our server, which is, again, a bit of a security risk for the township. I'm happy to answer any questions, but certainly we also have our supervisor of IT available who can maybe give further details if we're looking for those. Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. For the 140,000, do you have the breakdown for the server versus the laptops and that type of equipment?
So I would defer that question, Councillor, to our supervisor of IT, who has a microphone up there in his balcony.
Or with you. I tried to clone myself and he ran away. The breakdown would be $75,000 for the server replacement. It's $50,000 for PC, laptop, and other hardware replacements, and $15,000 for network replacements as well.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Councillor Martin?
I have a comment first, and just to express my appreciation to the IT department, and it seems to me if they're seeing the need for this, I think it's important, so I would move that we add this to the capital budget.
Is there a seconder at this time? Oh, okay, I'm not. A question, Councillor Tunstall?
I was going to ask if we could remove everything but the server break that out and take that off. If there would be an appetite on this council to do that and wait one more year with our laptops, even though I know mine gives me a hard time and you do your best to fix it. But I'm just asking if there would be any appetite on this council to remove those and just keep the server there for the $75,000, giving us a savings of $65,000.
So just for those following along and for myself, Councillor Martin, we couldn't find a seconder for your motion, so now this is a new motion on the floor that we would remove everything but the server, so it would be a $75,000 capital ask for this year. Councillor Cressman, is that seconding or a question?
Yes and no. It's more of I want a question first of Carl. In terms of the 15,000, that was for?
That's for network, through the mayor, that's for network hardware replacement. So we have a number of access points that are damaged at the WRC, as well as some that are dead. There's some switch upgrades that we can perform.
So in my mind, the server and the network replacements would go together, and then we'd carve out the 50,000 for the laptops from this year. That's kind of where I was headed.
I'm good with that.
Okay, so that's accepted as a friendly amendment,
Yes.
Seconded by Councillor Cressman. This is about as clear as mud. We'll go to Councillor Martin first for a question.
I want to express my concern about this. I might be wrong. My understanding is a municipality down the road has paid a ransom for, what do you call it, held hostage technically. I again want to express my appreciation for Carl and Raj. I think our department is excellent, and my worry is if we don't follow their advice, we could be putting the township at risk.
Carl, you have your hand up there?
No,
Yeah.
there's, your CAO has her hand up.
Okay, we'll go to the CAO. Nope, okay, we'll go to Carl first and then the CAO.
Yes, I would love to comment on the withdrawal of that. Some of these computers are from 2017, 2018, and 2019, and we can't upgrade them to Windows 11 until they come into the new hardware platforms. So that raises some concerns for us around the security area and the ability for us to upgrade to the latest operating systems. So we can provide more detail, perhaps whittle it down a bit from the number that we were hoping to upgrade. Though all of those systems are without warranty at this point. So if they do die, we'd have to replace them anyway.
Okay, we'll go to CAO Chambers.
Yes, I think that was going to be the question that I posed, because I wanted to know whether we had a life cycle replacement schedule and how that was going to be impacted, and ensure that council was fully aware of the ramifications of this decision.
Councillor Wilkinson, did you have a question? Yep.
Through the chair, I have a variety of opinions and questions on this. Actually, on most of the items, I guess we could start with the server piece, but we're not necessarily discussing that yet. So let's talk about the laptops. 50,000 is a lot of money. I mean, conceivably, how many laptops are we talking about replacing here? Does every employee utilize a laptop? I mean, the ones that I have possession of, I would hazard a guess is actually fairly new, fairly up-to-date hardware. But again, knowing that the risks out there for the most part are more so software related as opposed to hardware related at this point, I think we may still be okay depending on what you're able to deploy. I mean, how many laptops are we talking about replacing here?
So the cost of the laptops have been slowly rising, and so the number of laptops we're able to replace annually is dropping. Under this budget, we would be ranging between 2,000 and 2,500 per user. So that would give us the ability to replace 20 in our fleet. That's a drop from what we used to do because our number of seats has increased. We are trying to change historically what we replace on our networks. In the past, we would do it every 3 years, but those were desktops. COVID has more than highlighted the need for us to have a mobile workforce, and so we are migrating as many of our users as possible to laptops. There are still some in that list that are actually desktops, and so we're getting those users with a laptop now. We're also trying to eliminate, COVID resulted in people having 2 systems, so we resurrected our dinosaurs from the basement during COVID and used hardware upgrades rather than replacements. Those users are now handing in those are quite old, those devices. They've been very useful, but they're now needing to combine those 2 into one useful product. We're moving to doing about a quarter of our environment every year rather than doing a third. So we're slowly edging out and extending our frequency of replacement for our users. I hope that answers the question.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, if I can, I'm going to go back to the server side of things. I understand the desire to replace the cluster and have it in-house. I'm wondering if you could just provide more insight to what the current uses are for that. I know a lot of organizations are, and I know we've invested in past meetings to moving slowly over more to a cloud-based system. I know we're on a very heavy cloud platform now. I guess just so we can bring more awareness, what functions does this server cluster serve to our user base right now?
Through the mayor. So the past year or 2, we've added about 7 or 8 virtual servers. 3 GIS servers, 3 SCADA servers, our firewall management server, to name just a few of them. So they're in-house services. We do try to do as much cloud as possible. For example, our network switches, access points, they're entirely cloud managed. It's great. As we continue to mature in our IT department, we'll continue to push into the cloud to try and eliminate that. Our current storage capacity is at max. When we went to extend it this last time, we could not find any new hardware. So we had to extend with used product, which makes my skin crawl. We are now at capacity for slots, so we can't add any more storage to the system. Yeah, so it's I call it a Gen 1 hyper-converged arrangement. We do take steps to try and cut the cost. For example, we don't use a graphical user interface with this system. We use a command line, which is free from the product provider. We want to go to a Gen 2 hyper-converged, but that's twice the money that we're asking for. So we're going to do like for like and stay at Gen 1, which is not quite what IT is happy with, but we're willing to compromise and stick where we are.
So Interim Director Bunn has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. If it's helpful for council, what I could suggest is we can report back on the 15th if council was interested in deferring consideration of this, just to give you more information as to, I don't want to say what you're getting for that money, but certainly what it entails and any implications that maybe we're not highlighting right now, but we should be informing council.
Councillor Cressman then could, there's pointing going on.
I would if it's agreeable with my mover as seconder of this motion, I see that as a reasonable approach, because I learned a whole lot in our discussion, and it would alter what I am prepared to move forward on, so.
I am in agreement.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, one of the things I'd like to see back in that report would be plans for what the retirement of this server cluster will be, with potential timelines for when you may upgrade to a Gen 2 or consider going fully cloud. Additionally, what the plan is for disposal of the retired hardware. I know from a security standpoint, you're probably looking to destroy the hard drives, but are there options where we may be able to recover some costs on the hardware that we're retiring, or potentially even donate out to organizations in need of this? So far-fetched, but would be interested in hearing if there's options like that.
Right, so as it stands, it is then a deferral of the motion before us for February the 15th, pending the additional information to return on the 15th for consideration. Councillor Cressman?
Yes, I move.
All right, perfect. Our clerk now has our mover and seconder. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously then. Okay. No, was that opposed this time?
No, I
Okay.
just wanted to make a comment that I voted in favor of deferral, but I also, that doesn't retract what I previously said. I think this is very important.
Very good. Right, we are on to page 177. This is request number 16. Oh, my apologies. This is the fire one, so we get to skip a few pages.
21, which is
So we are headed to 21, which gets into infrastructure services, so we're going to skip over that as well. Just give me one moment to get what page we are headed to. All right, so we are going to jump over the infrastructure services until after lunch for when our director's here. So we're going to page 193, and that is capital budget request form number 41. This is community services again. Flagpole installation at WRC, New Dundee Community Center, St. Agatha Community Center, and New Hamburg Community Center. This is growth and new, and I will turn it over to Mr. Elliott.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, we have discovered that further down this page, we're going to run into some page numbering issues. The indexing on the left side of the summary sheet does not correspond with the indexing on the top of each justification sheet. I've taken the liberty of updating these summary sheets they'll point you in the right directions. If I may just redistribute those, it will help with keeping us on track, I believe.
That would be great, thank you. And while you are redistributing those, I will pass it over to Director Catania for a comment on this.
Through the chair, I believe actually we'd be moving to item number 39.
Yes, the EVs, you are correct. It was added in the addendum.
Which
Correct.
I think we already decided we're
awaiting more
additional
information, so there was already a move.
So we're
on
moving
that
to number
item.
40 then, or, yeah.
Isn't 38 in here?
Right, I missed the second addendum item, my apologies. It's the dog leash. Yes, okay. Sorry for everybody following along. The addendum being added into the budget item has created a bit of confusion on my end here. Apologies for that. So because I've already introduced item number 41, I will let the director speak about that. We will deal with that then we will go back and address the dog park, which was a part of the addendum items. So, Director, we're doing the flagpoles. Number 41 for budget capital requests, page 193 if you're following along at home with us. Director Catania.
Through you, Mayor Sellen, this capital request came from earlier in 2023 to take a look at the installation of additional flagpoles at some various community centers across the township, so the Wilmot Recreation Complex, New Dundee Community Center, St. Agatha Community Center, and the New Hamburg Community Center. This gives the opportunity to take a look at displaying different community flags to this dedicated, or these dedicated flagpoles, similar to what we have at the administration complex, for a total budget of around $20,000. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Director. Councillors, I will open this up for discussion. Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, forgive my ignorance, do we have flagpoles that exist at these facilities now? This is just to verify a request for additionals?
Through you, Mayor Sellen, to Councillor Wilkinson, yes, we do have flagpoles that existing. This is for additional, so that this way it would not interfere with our flag policy and obviously of flying the Canada flag.
Councillor Wilkinson and then Councillor.
Through the chair, just maybe to Director Bunn here. So our flag policy, if there's insufficient flagpoles at a facility, it would just be assumed that the Canadian flag would remain?
Through the mayor, the flag policy, I believe, outlined these as community flagpoles. So if there's no community flag, then they're vacant. We could take direction from council, and if that's direction, I bring back that policy, and we'll just update that.
Sorry, through the chair, to rephrase my question, if a facility only has one installation, it would be my understanding that we wouldn't apply the flag policy to it, but rather just fly the Canadian flag as opposed to looking at community flag for it.
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
In light of this year being so heavy with taxes, I would ask that this be removed for this year, and then we can visit next year perhaps, but 20,000 is 20,000. We do have flagpoles that can fly the Canadian flag, so that would be my recommendation.
That's seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. One thing on that note, I would just remind the community, if you're watching, we do have a designated community flagpole at the township office right now, and of course with our flag policy you can apply if you would like to fly your flag here. Councillor Martin, I see you have a question.
Thank you, through you, Chair Salen. And I just want to say that I would support removing it from this year's capital budget. I believe that I was the one that brought it forward in the first place. It's still my interest to have extra flagpoles elsewhere to fly community flags, but given this year's budget, I'm in favor of not going along with it.
Very good. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I agree with what my colleague is suggesting. I think this definitely would be a nice to have, but not by any means a necessity at this point. But hopefully in the future we can come into some funds that will allow us to expand this program.
Run it up.
Very good. So what's on the table then is currently for this not to make it forward to this year's budget. I will call the vote. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. We will now jump to request form number 40, which was a part of the addendum agenda that we received. It was published last night, but we also got as council paper copies this morning, and it is the design and construction of the Baden off-leash dog park. Falls under community services, and this is new and growth. I will turn it over to Director Catania for comment.
Could you give us the page number? I'm having trouble finding it.
So I don't actually have a page number, but it is a part of the addendum agenda package that we were provided this morning by staff, that everybody got a printed copy right after the EV. It's in there. I'll just give everyone a moment to find it there. All right, now that we've all found the correct page, I will leave it open for discussion. Director Catania, if you wanted to add.
Thank you, Mayor Sallin. This growth or new item regarding the design and construction of a bait and off-leash dog park came from a couple of council reports back in 2023 that staff wanted to bring forward, just a capital request for this project at $150,000. So obviously we have one off-leash dog park at Scott Park in New Hamburg, and at this point in time, council can deliberate the merits of this capital request, and as I've mentioned before, we are looking at the results from the Community Services Master Plan as well to take a look at the various different programs and services that we can continue to provide over the next 5 to 10 years.
Thank you. Councillor Sadoo.
Thank you. I would move that we defer until we have the community master plan in place so we can get further engagement from the community to see if there is an appetite for it, and then we can make a decision from there.
I'm seeing that being seconded by Councillor Cressman. I do just want clarity on your deferral date because we are going to be getting the master plan back before next budget process. So are you asking that we make a decision mid-year on budget, or are you asking that this be considered next budget cycle after the master plan is through?
Well, to make it easier, we can consider it next budget cycle because then we'll have time to digest the master plan and see if there is an appetite for it. And
thank you for the clarity there. So that has been moved and seconded by Councillor Cressman. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. We are now moving along to, this is going to be page number 195. This is request form number 42. It's Community Services, 30 Neville Street, minor renovations and FFE and E for growth and new. I will turn it over to our director there.
Thank you, Mayor Sallin. So this capital request for $320,000 is really sort of an additional piece in just the purchase of the Neville property. So as the township owns the Neville Street property, and this is going to be the future parks facility as well, minor renovations do need to take place, including redoing some changes in designing locker and change facilities for the park staff. But secondly as well, we're looking at a little minor renos that would happen on the second floor where our emergency services are going to be relocated. And then furthermore, part of the Neville Street property is making sure that this is fit up with the proper furniture, desking, office equipment, including some of the work storage equipment that's going to be needed for the bays in the Neville Street property. I would want to add as well that as much as the fire chief had a capital project for the design of a new fire station on this same property, what we would do is leverage some efficiencies with that same consultant, whoever gets retained, to take a look at some of the minor design tweaks to make renovations to the inside of the 30 Neville Street building.
Thank you very much. Questions from Councillor Cressman?
Well, I think this is the first time I saw the lavatory fittings were walked out the door with the sale. That's a new one to me. I always thought those were chattels that went along with the building, but anyhow.
Very good. Any other questions or comments on this one, councillors? Councillor Dunstall.
When are you looking at starting this work, should it be approved?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, to Councillor Dunstall, we're looking at this work starting sometime in early Q3 of this year.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, with regards to furniture that you've mentioned here, my understanding is that we are moving a lot of the functionality from your existing facility at the WRC and others to here. Is there potential for savings there if we can repurpose those? Or, and maybe I'm leading here, but is there a purpose to those desks that are already in place at the WRC and in the offices that exist at present?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, to Councillor Wilkinson, let me take a step here. All the office equipment that's going to be out of the Neville Street property is going to be moving with Alpine to their new location. They're removing that, so we won't have anything in that nature. When we move, we can move some furniture and desking and everything else from the WRC as an example, but with our parks team, they really don't have that type of setup to begin with. And some of the other administrative staff, for instance, when we look at our parks facility manager, that equipment could move over, but that leaves still a void of any housing of individuals in this office space at the WRC. Furthermore, when we look at the emergency services moving out of the administration building here, if they move over, they're going to need furniture. They could take what they have here with them, but then we actually have an empty footprint downstairs as well.
Councillor Cressman.
Yes, when you look at the back portion where the racking was, and I've been in that facility on a number of times picking up parts, etc., part of that space is going to be open, I assume, to get vehicles inside, etc., for service or whatever. But the racking that's being referred to is the racking we see in the foreground on the top page of 196, is that correct?
That's correct. The racking that you see existing at this point does meet what Nature's Alpine has used it for. We've had an engineer come through there and actually have indicated that racking is not structurally sound to even be used. So even when they do remove it, like if they left it there, we wouldn't really be able to use it anyways. There is ample space with the bays to make sure that we have our fleet and various parks equipment that can be stored inside and vehicles as well. So we would be obviously looking at making sure it's fit up appropriately to what the park's need is.
Any other questions or a motion for direction on this? Councillor Cressman.
Just to follow up, so part of this 320,000 is looking at the plan, and the other portion is the equipment or the racking and the product needed. Is that correct? Do you have a rough idea of what the breakdown is?
I don't have the exact breakdown on hand. I'm actually going to defer to Ms. Shank if she can, but I will say that this is a minor design piece for the first floor to make sure that we have proper changing facilities for staff. And then you're looking at minor renovations that are going to be upstairs, second floor for emergency services. And then you're looking at some, FF&E is furniture, fixtures, and equipment that has to be fitted up into that facility for proper use for both emergency services and the parks team. And I'll defer to our project coordinator.
Yeah, to echo what Chris has said, this breakdown, we do anticipate that if we are, now that theoretically the design of the new fire hall would be passed through, that we could get some cost savings. Right now, this is reflecting a separate project altogether as far as bringing on that secondary architecture. If we can put those two together, which we do anticipate we could, then we do anticipate a cost savings there. What it would be, I can't say at this point. We have collaborated with our IT department as far as security and IT needs, furniture, fixtures, flooring, paint, everything that needed to be done to get fire moved over, including their furniture, their actual desks, has all been estimated by our suppliers, just to give us a rough idea of what we should be asking for. The racking itself, what's there, as Director Catania had said, is not structurally compliant. Even Alpine attempted to move it over, and they were told absolutely not, recycle it, get new. So we already knew we were at a blank slate. Having said that, we probably couldn't have used it to begin with because it is much higher than any of our equipment can access. So when we do look at that racking, we'll look at what we need for the time being. Future additions would be future projects.
Just, if I remember back to prior to purchasing this, we talked about the need to look at the footprint of the office space and determine reconfiguration that would match our needs or meet our needs. I would assume this is included in this project as well.
Absolutely.
Any questions or direction? Councillor Wilkinson.
I move that we include this in the capital budget.
Seconded by Councillor Martin. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Which now brings us to just just past 12 o'clock, and I understand that our lunch has arrived, so if we could take, how long of a break are people looking for? 30 minutes, 45? 45? All right. Okay. So we are going to do 45 minutes then. That'll give everyone time to eat and stretch. So that's bringing us back at 12:50. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Creston, sorry. All those in favor, and that carries. We will be back. Thank you, everyone, for returning back. It's 12:54. If I could have a mover and a seconder to come back to committee. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. We are just going to keep on chugging along. So we are on page 197, which is capital project request form number 43. This is under Community Services. It's the annual tree planting program, which is growth and new. I will quickly turn it over to our director.
Well, thank you, Mayor Sallin. So this is a grant that the township receives from Inova each year. This is to take a look at planting of trees of $15,000, as well as some tree giveaways with the Wilmot's Roots Initiative. We do partner with Let's Tree Wilmot, and this year we've identified Kirkpatrick Park to do some tree planting. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I did have one question, so I just wanted to clarify more so the ask out of this is confirming Kirkpatrick Park as the location for the grant to go?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, yes, that's correct, as well as having council authority to release that grant funding.
Great. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Sallin. I'm just curious what it means when you say grant. So it's still the township paying $15,000 and then is the grant on top of that, or how does that work?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, to Councillor Martin, each year the township does receive money from Inova, and we will, as a township itself, will not be using taxpayer dollars to match any type of funding. This is just strictly from Inova that provides money to community services as well. They do provide infrastructure services to look at some reforestation projects.
Okay, so then to clarify, because I think we had some question about that, so it really doesn't add to our budget at all. It just, okay.
Councillor Cressman?
So I'm not, I went on Google Maps to figure out where Kirkpatrick Park is. I know where Scott Park is and Norm Hill and all those. This is a subset of Scott Park, or Scott Park is, or it's the parking lot beside the water wheel? Okay, thank you.
To clarify, if you were watching online, it is the parking lot down by the waterfront. So where you would park to go on the lovely Nith River Promenade if you had to drive into town. Councillor Martin.
I move that we would add this, even though it doesn't add to our budget.
Very good. I believe that's been seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. All those in favor, that carries unanimously. And on to page 199, and this is capital budget request form number 44. Community Services, Mike Scout Wetlands Trail Enhancements, and this would be under growth and new. I will turn it over to our director.
Thank you, Mayor Sallin. So this is a project that we are putting forward to provide a little bit of enhancements to the Mike Scout Wetlands Preserve. Obviously, as everyone knows, that we as a township have assumed those wetlands. There's just a little bit of items that we want to make sure that we are making sure that from a user perspective that we have pieces in place, such as destination signage, just to make sure that we have some P-loop gates, I should say, to block off during non-season times, like the stormwater management pond, and as well incorporating some respite seating as well along the boardwalk. There's a further piece here, provision for a little bit of erosion control. Since we are assuming the wetlands, we want to make sure that we're just making sure that we're taking care of those pieces before it gets any worse, and just some, I said rehabilitation. It's not so much that, but just remedial work, minor pieces.
Thank you. Questions, councillors? Councillor Martin.
I would move that we add this to our capital budget.
Seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. And just so that everyone's on track, we're going to continue doing the items numerically here. Then we will go back to infrastructure, as our director did just arrive, but we will keep that for the end and just keep on the track we're on now. So we're on to page 202, which is request form number 45, also for corporate, this one is for corporate services, data mitigation. Oh my goodness, I can't speak anymore after lunch. Too much sugar. data migration document management program, and this is under studies and others. I will turn it over to Interim Director Bunn.
Thank you, Mayor. And through you, Mayor, this is additional funds that are coming forward for the multi-year project on data migration. So in October, Council approved the award of tender to Collabware, the RFP process, which is our corporate records management software. So we've been implementing that as a pilot program in the clerk's office, and with the intent of rolling that out throughout the corporation in 2024. As part of the multi-year project, there is a component for data migration for Office 365 into SharePoint, and so that was reported in October, and that's just these funds will be used as part of that migration into the cloud-based software and the cloud software of 365.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I move that we include this in the budget.
That's been moved, seconded by Councillor Cressman. Any questions before we vote? All those in favor? That carries unanimously. And on to page 204, this is number 46. Development Services, Township and Settlement Area Gateway Signage, and this would be growth/new. I will turn that over to Director Okrafka.
Thank you, Chair Salonen. This item for $25,000 Township Settlement and Gateway Signage is tied to Schedule B that you dealt with this morning. Has a $75,000 project for gateway signage. There's been a bit of confusion in terms of these projects. Knowing the goal of this is to eliminate things that perhaps can wait to another day. I would suggest that we have community signage throughout the community that works. Baden is labeled, New Dundee is labeled, Mannheim has a sign, the township has signs. They're not necessarily the most beautiful signs. We have a new logo. The idea was to brand, to create cohesiveness through the communities, identify that everyone's part of Wilmot Township. But certainly from my perspective, I think this would tie into our discussion on Thursday in terms of areas where we can reduce staff load to address some of the planning downloading that's coming. Certainly delaying this project to another day is something that I would be more than happy to suggest. Having said that, should council wish to proceed with this project, we can also do that.
Thank you very much, Director. Councillor Dunstall.
I would motion that we remove this from the capital budget at this time.
Seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. If you are watching, you happen to want this beautification to happen and just donate this, that's always an option we're open to. But for now, it has been moved and seconded. Councillor Wilkinson.
And through the chair, as to Director Okrafka's information there, it is in Schedule B. It's already been dealt with and budgeted for previously. So great, easy savings. Thank you.
Very good. Sorry, Director.
Through you, Chair Salonen. I guess the one question would be whether that previously funded project of 75, would you want that, whether that could be removed as well, just to enhance the savings, and in the future, when we get to that point of having the resources to do it, we could then add that in. Certainly, that would be my suggestion.
Thank you. We're just working technically on getting the staff direction correct with the clerk's department, so just give us one moment, please. Okay, so Councillor Dunstall, did you want to include what was recommended by the director?
I would gladly accept Director Okrafka's generous offer to put the $75,000 up. Absolutely, add that, please.
Okay.
The motion.
Councillor Wilkinson as the seconder, are you okay with that? Very good. Councillor Cressman?
I'm a little slow here, so I'd like to be updated. Where's that 75,000 coming from? I went back to a capital budget. I don't see anything.
Through you, Chair Salonen, and it's Schedule B of the existing capital projects. So Schedule B is projects that's open. The description associated with it isn't necessarily up to date, but it had been a previous project. Yes.
Yeah. My aide assisted me in saying that.
Very good. So everybody now knows which portion of money we're referring to and projects that is related. Very good. Any other questions or comments on that item? Mr. Elliott has.
I would suggest that the motion is that that capital project be closed, if that's the intent of council.
Yep, absolutely.
We'll return.
I'll just turn it over to the clerk.
So through you, Mayor, what I understand council's intent is here is to remove capital budget request form 46 from the capital budget for 2024 and to close the 75,000 listed as community signage updates in Schedule B, and then we'll list the report title as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Councillor Wilkinson, was that, okay, yes, we already have you as the seconders. Very good. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to number 47, also development services. This is PSD permits module planning section, which is under growth and new. I'll turn it over to our director.
Through you, Chair Sallin, and also discussed on Thursday, this is an item that was brought forward from last year. It does tie to tracking development applications and finding ways to use software to identify pinch points and delays in processing. It's certainly something that is valuable, but it's probably a want more than a need. We can do that with paper and pencil. We can do that with Excel. It may not be the most efficient to do it that way, but I certainly think this is an item that could also be deferred or delayed. Having said that, we are aware from the discussion on Thursday that the new RED grant window is opening. It's a funding source that would provide 30% of, say, a capital project such as we discussed on Thursday, the bricks downtown New Hamburg and the boulevard, the heritage signs that were never put on for the streetscape plan, garbage and recycling bins, both in New Hamburg and Baden. That's been a previous discussion here, and possibly working with the owner of that Baden sign to facilitate an enhancement at the core intersection. So certainly one option would be to consider, and I realize it's new, but leaving the 50,000 allocation towards a RED grant application such that it would be supplemented with additional monies from the province, and that project, we would bring it back to council so that you're aware what we apply for, but it would be contingent on receiving the funding from the province to bring forward with that project. So kind of thinking on the fly here, I apologize for that, but taking what we heard Thursday and trying to apply it today rather than further delays on that. So that would be my suggestion.
I appreciate your creative thinking here. Just on the permits module part, I'm curious, with the anticipation of the download of planning through Bill 23 when proclaimed, would that put more pressure on doing it by pens and pencils, paper, and Excel? Like, I'm starting to wonder at what point is it less efficient for your staff's time being wasted on something that a software program can do?
Through you, Chair Sallin, to you, Chair Sallin, I appreciate that concern, and certainly that would be one of our concerns. Having said that, as we discussed, the timing of proclamation of Bill 23 and what the nitty-gritty details of that will be in terms of, I feel that we're in a comfortable position that we'll need to report back to council at some point anyways on here are the implications of Bill 23 from a program and operation standpoint. Do we need another staff person? What do we need? And we could, in theory, bring that software piece back then at that time if we feel that that's a critical part of moving forward. So from my perspective as director, I'm happy to defer that until we hear from the province, should we hear from the province as to their plans for finalizing the legislation that they've put in place.
Thank you very much. Questions, councillors? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I appreciate Director Okrafka's sacrifice in this again for another year, understanding that, yeah, circumstances will change with Bill 23 and other things that may come down the pipeline here. So I appreciate that. I am interested in obviously potentially earmarking this 50,000 pending the outcome of a grant application, if it does allow us to make some slight infrastructure improvements and tweaks throughout our main roads and core areas. Again, not knowing what that would look like exactly, I don't disagree with earmarking this pending the outcome of a grant application that would be successful. So I would motion to include that with that modification.
Very good. Is that enough clarity for the clerk? Very good. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Dunstall. Councillor Cressman, you have a question?
Again, might be the lack of sugar not going to my brain or what. Just so I understand the motion, what we're saying here is we're going to set this on the shelf until such time as we know what happens to our red application. Is that correct? And then if it isn't successful, how do we fund this? Where's the money coming from? Or we'd have to look at funding at that time?
So I think it's two separate things. One, the motion would be not bringing forward budget ask 47. The red part would be much like the EV battery question of if we get the application, and then I would believe that we just wouldn't do the works if we don't get the grant. Would be my understanding. Did you want to add clarification, or did I not answer your question?
I think I heard a further part that said once Bill 23 is fully implemented and we know our additional requirements, then we may have to come back to council to ask for additional funds for positions and the software. That's what I heard, and that's why I didn't know how it was all tied together.
Right. That part, and Director, you might want to jump in as well, but we would be waiting on the province for what exactly that direction is, and I know an ask that we've continually had of the provinces. I'm going positively with when Bill 23 is proclaimed, but I suppose if, that the funds would flow from the region to the area municipalities. So there, I think, certainly is a question mark as to what that all looks like and what the province decides, but Director Okrafka, I don't know if you have anything to add.
Through you, Chair Sallin and Councillor Cressman, that's essentially what I would envision, is once we have Bill 23 proclaimed, we know what the implementation looks like. We'll come to you with a detailed report on, here's the new task that we need to complete, here's our resources available, here's what we need, and here's software that could reduce the staffing component, perhaps, to create efficiencies. That's essentially what I'm looking at.
So, I mean, if the province is watching and you want to proclaim Bill 23 and give us more details on that, you know, it wouldn't be shooting in the dark for us as much. But on that, so we do have a motion before us. It has been seconded. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, and that carries unanimously.
Could I just ask a question after that as an addendum? Because it wasn't really part of that discussion, but through you, Chair Sallin, to Director Okrafka, you mentioned garbage cans. And so that we don't duplicate anything, were you talking about the Board of Trade garbage cans in downtown New Hamburg or something different? The reason I ask is we're in the midst of negotiating with Waterloo Oxford that high school students would paint those garbage cans. So I just want to make sure we're not eliminating something that is being worked on elsewhere.
Through you, Chair Sallin and Councillor Martin, those are the garbage cans that I was referring to. Historically, there's been debates on getting new liners for them, who owns them, who's responsible for emptying them. There had been a long-standing discussion on replacing them with something that would have a recycling function as well. It's disturbing to a lot of people walking downtown, seeing garbage cans overflowing with water bottles and waste. And it's, you know, I think there's enhancements that could be considered. Certainly, we'd be partnering with community services on a lot of these projects would tie into Ms. Schenk and, you know, the brickwork and that. So in terms of costing, there's kind of an interrelationship there, but that would be an important consideration in that request to talk to the Board of Trade and look at partnering, perhaps getting them to sponsor or support our application to RED would be a valuable, typically with the province, seeing local groups sponsor and support adds support to that.
Very good. Moving along, page 206, we already disposed of, as that was fire services. So we're on to page 207. Just give me one quick moment. Okay, so we're going to jump to 214 just to keep infrastructure services all for the end. So that, page 213 for corporate services. That is the AODA compliance audit of township-owned facilities, studies, and others. I will turn it over to our interim director.
Thank you, Mayor Salonen. So through you, Mayor, to Council, this request is to conduct, as it states, an audit of our township facilities for AODA compliance. Come January 1st, 2025, all public sector organizations are required to meet all the standards under the AODA and the integrated standards. I'm happy to take any questions by Council.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Cressman?
Just the realm, order of magnitude, this seems significant in terms of an audit. So I'm just kind of wondering, is this the normal expenditure to expect for something like this? I'm not against it, but I'm asking, $50,000, anyhow.
So through you, Mayor, I have not had experience doing an audit myself. I'm not sure, Director Catania, if you have had experience in the past. I know you've had experience with AODA compliance. Can I just look to you for help on that?
Through you, Mayor Salonen, to Councillor Cressman, the order of magnitude for what's being asked at corporate services is pretty correct for that funding. We've done similar studies with building condition assessments, and we've tacked on accessibility audits with that, and that would be pretty much a quarter of the price tag from the previous building condition assessment. So the $50,000 is appropriate.
Councillor Martin.
Through you, Chair Salonen, I'm not sure who to direct this question to then. I know that some people have brought forward concerns. There are persons who, say, for example, are using wheelchairs and express concerns about some of our facilities. Is there a way that we can incorporate their concerns or use their information in terms of what they've told us? I'm wondering how this works.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, to Councillor Martin, and not to get too granular with this piece, but what we would do from a municipal perspective is obviously work with GRAC or with our any community partners, and the municipality is responsible for a multi-year accessibility plan. Part of that multi-year accessibility plan looks at removing barriers that are legislated as one, but two, from a capital perspective, if there's other elements within the community, and obviously in community services, you're dealing with design of public spaces, parks, trails, but obviously interior, like buildings and facilities, we would add those items to the capital plan. And easy ones to look at would be, creating, accessible ramps or whatever, maybe to obviously the building code, but to make sure things are a lot more accessible for the whole community to attend our facilities.
Councillor Cressman?
I would move that we include this in the capital plan.
Seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? That carries unanimously. We have also already dealt with form number 66, which in mine is the next item. Now there are, the next one would be page 214, and that is so this is form number 76, development services. This would be Baden, New Hamburg, Greenfield, secondary plan and intensification analysis studies and other. I would turn it over to our director.
Thank you, Chair Salonen. You'll recall this matter came forward in June of 2023 with a report on the implementation or the approval of ROPA 6 by the minister, wherein he included all of the lands inside the countryside line for the township, and we you got approval in principle to begin that process of a secondary plan to look at the long-term planning of this area. We started that process of drafting the RFP, reached out to our partners at GRCA in the region to discuss the secondary plan. And as we approached being able to come back to show the draft RFP, the minister, as you'll recall, changed his mind on ROPA 6, approved ROPA 6 as it was, and requested that we provide input on what we would like to see for our community. You'll recall we did a staff report, considerable discussion, and council endorsed the staff report, and that has been forwarded to the minister, I believe, in November or early December is when we sent that. We are hoping that the minister will proceed with approving something for ROPA 6. As you'll recall, I think all municipalities except for the city of Waterloo and the region, at the staff level at least, I may be incorrect, so I won't say all, but every municipality gave the minister their opinion, including Waterloo, to just leave ROPA 6 alone. Woolwich, Cambridge, Wilmot, certainly Wellesley staff raised concerns that it didn't necessarily meet our needs. City of Kitchener, it was not a staff-driven, it was a council-driven request for additional items beyond ROPA 6. That decision has not been made, but certainly when it is, we will then proceed with this item, whether that starts in February or March, whether it starts in June or July is out of our control. It's largely dependent on when the minister makes that final decision on what he's going to do. Hopefully the final decision will be the final decision. Not trying to be critical, but it's very frustrating, the moving target as to what our job is. It creates confusion amongst the public, and it's certainly not speeding housing delivery. It's slowing it down because no one knows what's going on. From that perspective, the budget line that's shown, it shows 435 with 210, I believe, targeted to 2024 expenditure and the rest to 2025. That may shift depending on the timeline of the minister's approval. So I just wanted to throw that out, that while we're estimating perhaps 210 of the money would be spent in 2024, depending on the timing of awarding the contract and billing, it could be heavier weighted towards 2025 possibly. Happy to answer any questions on that you might have.
Thank you very much, Director. I'll just throw in my comments that I think this is critical to growing in a meaningful, complete way as a community. To be able to do this long-term planning is certainly something that I ran on. So I will be supportive of this ask. I appreciate it's a large number, but like I said, this is setting up our communities for the future and being able to ensure that we grow correctly. Councillor Cressman.
Totally agree with everything you said. I guess the question I have is, do we make it contingent on the minister including the lands that we requested, or how do we see this? So I was just looking, I had contingent with a question mark sitting in my margin here.
I'd maybe turn back to the Director.
Through you, Chair Sallin, and to Councillor Cressman, that's a good question, and one that as staff we've been debating. We feel that the secondary plan for the core between Snyder's Road, Waterloo Street, and the railway down to the highway needs to be looked at regardless of whether the minister includes it or not. It would be some of those fringe areas. Certainly, you had delegations from the developers in those fringe areas that wanted to be included. Certainly, I would expect that they've probably put comments in that light to the minister. And so from that perspective, determining the parameters of the RFP, it would be important to know what that decision is. But so I think the study would proceed. The end cost probably wouldn't be significantly different than what's budgeted. Certainly, you know, we're going to be hiring traffic consultants, traffic engineers, groundwater, all the various components that go into a secondary plan, and those would be required regardless of the land area. There may be some savings if it's a smaller area, but we do envision that core needs to be looked at, even if the minister would choose not to look at it, so that we know, should he go with ROPA 6, which essentially gave one fringe subdivision to New Hamburg and one fringe subdivision to Baden. It was basically fringe growth, more of the same of what we've been doing for the last number of years. knowing what those fringe developments should look like in the context of a well-planned community, I think we would advocate certainly that this study still goes ahead, still looks at what the long-term would be between those two communities, and then we can then deal with the fringe subdivision approvals once we know how they fit into the bigger. Some may need commercial as part of them, whereas typically you would just do another residential subdivision on both. I don't think that's the best course of action for Wilmot. So I don't know if that answers your question. I think the dollar amount stays the same. The process stays the same. It's just the boundaries of the study area may change.
Very good. Any other questions or motions? Yes, Councillor Cressman.
I would move that this be included in the capital plan.
Seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That carries unanimously. And then the final one is infrastructure that we have in this book. So we will go back to the starting for where infrastructure goes. Now, I will note there are a few pages that we are waiting on staff information for. That will be coming, my understanding is by the February 15th meeting, we'll have it in advance of that, which, yes, are the tracked items. The other option was that staff could verbally update us, but I think we would all appreciate seeing a hard copy and having some time in advance to see it. So we will now just bounce back. Give me a moment to find the correct page for getting through infrastructure. All right, so this is going to be bringing us back to page 186, which is request form number 21. I'll give you all a moment to get there. While you're all flipping through, it is in infrastructure services. It's the Jacob Street cross-section repair, and this falls under replacement and rehabilitation, and I will turn it over to our director for comment.
Thank you, Chair. This project is a repair to the cross-section on Jacob Street. What that means is right now it's a crossfall, so it has what we call a crown in the road. When this project was reconstructed 10 to 15 years ago, they actually dropped the center line of the road and it's too far, so it creates a bit of a challenge for driveways in the neighborhood. We've had quite a bit of feedback about that, and we've been working with residents to try to resolve that. So this project is related to the redesign of the cross-section to fix that issue. Thank you.
Questions or comments, councillors? Councillor Martin.
Through you, Chair Salinan, to Director Mullenhouse. This is before your time, and I guess the other day I used the words criticism and curiosity. So I'm just wondering, how do we understand something like when a project is done and they go too low? Does this happen often? Is this like a once in a lifetime, very rare? I'm just curious, and what do we do to mitigate these kinds of things?
Through you, Chair, historically in the previous, we'll say, Public Works group, we had two staff that dealt with reconstruction projects. That included the director as well as a technician. At the time of this cross-section repair, it was, I'll say, more or less completely consultant-led. And so then there wasn't, I'll say, the oversight that we would expect or what we would have in today's environment. When we don't have proper oversight from a staff level, this is a product of that environment, I would say. So, and it does occur. There's certainly things with design process that can be a challenge, if not overlooked to a certain degree. So I'd say it's that level of an issue. That's likely where it started and was created. So.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. This is curious. Is there a vendor scorecard that we use when we use vendors to do work?
Through you, Chair, we do go through a process internally, at least from an engineering standpoint, to deal with consultant and contractor review. So if we do have some challenges with a consultant or contractor, then yes, we do go through an evaluation process.
Thank you.
Councillor Cressman.
Again, this is the first C, the curiosity C. In terms of looking at this, does this involve new curbs and sidewalks and the whole kit and caboodle, so to speak?
Through you, Chair, yes, it will essentially be one curb will be removed, and then we will look to we'll look to super elevate the road, so that means it's going to be just one slope across the road. Looks like the preliminary design at this point. So yeah, there will be infrastructure like curbs and gutter removed.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Yeah, through the chair, I mean, being familiar with the road and also seeing some of the other roads in our area, I'll be honest, for me, this is a large chunk of change to be spending on a road that in some way, shape, or form, you could make the claim that it's in fine or decent condition right now. And looking at, rebuilding the whole thing to change the slope, I mean, I can only speak for my ward, and I have roads that are in dire need of repair, that are full of cracks, potholes, and completely misshapen and hard to even describe as a road these days. So I, for one, am going to have a hard time moving forward with this. I think this is something that is probably more of a luxury item, in my opinion, as opposed to something that we need to do immediately.
Councillor Dunstall?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. How many complaints or issues have you dealt with concerning this road with the people who live there?
Through you, Chair, in my time, we've had 2 or 3 in the more recent years, and prior to that, I know there's been a number of the community residents who have brought that forward. The primary issue for them is their access to their parking area and their driveway because of the slope of their ramp. It is a higher slope for them, for their vehicles to get over, so there's some issues with that, and that's typically where we would hear from those residents. I can't speak to before my time who would come forward, but we've been dealing with, I would say, between 3 and 10 different residents along that corridor.
Thank you. Additional, is this this be a potential safety issue?
Through you, Chair, I wouldn't suggest it's a safety issue. It's a performance issue, and very likely could be looked at in the light of accessibility.
Councillor Cressman?
Yes, so the slope is too abrupt between the road and the sidewalk, or from the sidewalk to the normal level of their driveway, and do they bottom out with a vehicle?
Through you, that's correct. They bottom out, and it's a variation of both. It's partly where sidewalk to property line, as well as sidewalk to curb.
Out of curiosity, when this, and I appreciate that you, nor I doubt many of your staff were around at this time, but when this was done, do you know if the township identified and went after the construction group for any sort of insurance claims to go towards reconstruction of this?
Through you, I'm not aware of if that was undertaken, and it certainly is far too long to pass the time to do anything about that, but I'm not aware if that's what occurred previously.
Very good. Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, again, just referencing my previous comments here, I think at this time, I would like to see this project deferred. I feel that this is probably more of a luxury item, not necessarily something that needs to be addressed immediately, so I would move that this be deferred to a future date.
Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Questions or comments at this time, councillors? Councillor Cressman?
Does deferral require a specific date when it's referred to or deferred to?
Through you, Mayor, that's correct. We would need to have a date. We could say 2025 budget, whenever you're thinking, Councillor.
Through the chair, that, I mean, that's debatable. I think it would be fine if we could suggest bringing this back in the 2025 budget. I guess it also goes back to one of our previous questions as to, at that time, is it considered new, or is that the reconsideration for one time during the term? At this point, I would be comfortable saying we could...
Not included.
Yeah, just not included in this budget at this time. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's not a proper deferral, then it's just not including in this capital. Very good. The seconder, you're okay with that, Councillor Sadhu? Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that carries. On to the next one, which is page 187. And it is request form number 22. Infrastructure Services, this is Webster George Victoria Lighting Replacement, and this is under replacement and rehabilitation. I'll turn it over to the director.
Through you, Chair, this project is for lighting replacement as noted. Innova is doing some work in the area, and typically when they are undertaking work, some of their own hydro-related work, then when there's opportunities to do street lighting repairs and replacements, they do that as well. We are responsible for the cost of street lighting. So that is why it's presented in this budget.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, direction, councillors? Well, that silence is deafening. My question is, I suppose, if this weren't to go through right now while Innova's doing their work, what would the additional cost of us then going in later to do these upgrades be around? I appreciate you might not have an exact, but a ballpark.
Yeah, through you, I probably can't even give you a number on that, but I would say they're typically the provider for the service in terms of street lighting, so we would really have to coordinate work with them in the future and deal with them anyways, and I wouldn't expect there would be a whole lot of cost changes. I think it would be more so like inflation or that type of thing, depending on what it actually is deferred to, but they are the contractor that does that work for us, so it would be them in the future as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Martin.
Through you, Chair Sallin, to Director Mullenhouse, does this save us money by doing this replacement? Do we then save money in terms of energy costs?
Yes, through you, Chair, there would be some energy savings. I don't expect it to be substantial in this regard, but it would be some form of saving.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So this is an upgrade. This is not to replace something that's not working. It's to make something more beautiful.
Through you, yes, it is a replacement of what is there, and we do switch over to an LED from, I'm not sure what type of light it is today, but it's a change over to a new style of light.
Thank you.
Director Mullenhouse, I do know that I have gotten complaints from residents on George Street about the lighting issues, and they continually have been working with Innova to come out and fix it. Is that being dealt with in the work that Innova is currently doing, or would it require this upgrade for that system?
Through you, Chair, we'd have to look back to where the complaint issue is. I'm not sure what exact location, so we can certainly get back to you on that. I can't answer that question today.
That's fine. Thank you. Councillor Sadhu?
Just a quick comment on it. In my days of doing lots of pizza deliveries, I've frequented this area quite a bit, and I can attest to the fact that it's not very well lit as it sits right now. It's hard enough finding a house in the wintertime when there's no proper lighting, so this is something I would be in favor of because Innova is already there doing the work. It would just be more or less cost savings and safety upgrade in that area too.
Is that a movement?
Yeah, is that moving, Councillor
So I
Stu?
will move that we add it to the budget.
And seconded by Councillor Martin. Any other questions or comments at this time? See, we're hearing pizza for everyone over here. Seeing that is not a relevant comment to the discussion, perhaps not germane. I will call the vote. All those in favor and all those opposed. And that carries. Moving along to page 188, this is form number 23, infrastructure services. This is Oxford Road 5, Punky Doodles infrastructure intersection improvements, replacement and rehabilitation. I will turn it over to the director.
Through you, Chair, this is presented sort of as a placeholder. We do expect that we'll have some costs associated with the local roads in the area. And it is also a placeholder in the event that the upload work that we've been doing with the region, if it's delayed or if there's concerns with that from the regional perspective, that doesn't allow for that upload to occur. So this is a placeholder for that. I will expect once we have an answer for the region's process of review and we know what cost sharing looks like, that we will be returning to council so that we will be able to reference this item in coming in Q2 or Q3, I would expect, of this year.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I would motion that this be brought forward.
Seconded by Councillor Cressman. Did you also have a comment, Councillor? No. Okay. Did you have a comment? No. Okay. Any questions then at this point? Seeing none, all those in favor, and that carries unanimously. So on to page 189. This is capital budget requests number 24 through to number 29. Under infrastructure services, this is road surface repair and rehabilitation program under replacement and rehabilitation. I will turn it over to our director.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. What's presented here is a consolidation of our hot mix and our surface treatment programs. Typically in years past, these would be summarized separately. So we've put them together for this budget season and moving forward as well, because it is an important piece to see the total number for road surface repair and rehabilitation and the programs that we have coming out of that particular budget item. The roads presented in this package are a carryover from our 2018 road needs study, so we prioritize based on conditions, as well as dealing with field personnel who, as noted previously, there are cases where we maybe see higher patching needs and potholing repair needs, and so that sort of works into a prioritization to include some of these roads. We did defer a few roads in the Petersburg area because of some ongoing work that we would expect over the next couple of years with the NIPFL private drinking water system conversion, and we are looking at a comprehensive reconstruction program for that area.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, through you, Chair Sallin, to Director Mounhouse. Does this include last year in the budget when we took some things out of your budget and that had to do with road repair? Does this look after what was taken out last year?
Through you, Mayor, I believe you're referring to the crack sealing program. And when we deferred last year, we had identified that wasn't a program that we currently run. So the way that we're looking at this budget, I think, moving forward after this year, so we do have to report back on our current ongoing work with our update to the road needs study. From that study, I would expect that we will table a more comprehensive and full program for you, and it will look to long-term budget considerations. To answer your question, no, it does not include crack sealing, and I think it'd be best if we wait for the road needs study to come back so that council can review what's the work that's been done in terms of condition data, but then also look at the comprehensive funding level for road repairs and rehabilitation. And I would expect that the number will escalate as the years go on in the 10-year capital, and so we would also like to make sure that that's something that's, I'll say, phased in over time, but obviously subject to council approval.
Just as a follow-up, I remember being called irresponsible last year for taking that out, and so I was just curious then about how to bring that back in. So you're saying because of this road study, that will be a way of bringing it in?
Through you, Chair, yes, that's correct. When we look at coming back with a study, it will identify some of the programs that we would benefit from having included, and it will identify funding levels as well. There are a few programs, not only with roads, but with water and wastewater as well, that are under development, and we would like to see council support for those. Those are programs we do not currently provide. But I would say a lot of that comes down to our ability to support that with staffing, because we can't run additional contracts, and we can't run additional repair rehabilitation programs without the staffing to manage it.
Councillor Cressman.
I would move the acceptance of this report, not just because most of them are within my ward, but I'll leave it at that.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Martin. Councillor Wilkinson, you have a question?
I was going to move to second, but through the chair, I was going to move to second, but I also have a question regarding the Wilmot East Hope Road improvements, the joint project. Is that just simply sort of fixing it up and putting more gravel down, or are we potentially looking at repaving this?
Through you, Chair, no, this is a hard surfacing, so it would be application of surface treatment to what currently is a gravel road. That road is operated and maintained by Perth East, so this is a joint project with them that they are the lead.
And so just for clarity of those at home, I would understand that would be a 50-50 split then of funding?
Through you, Chair, yes, that's correct.
Very good. All right, any other questions on this, councillors? We have a motion before us to approve. All those in favor? And that is carried. On to page 190. This is capital request form 30 to 35, also infrastructure services, road structure repair and rehabilitation. I will turn it over to the director.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So this is a program that deals with our bridges and culverts, as well as guide rail installation. On the guide rail and Chevron program, what we're looking at is I think we had a standard funding level the last 3 or 4 years, and what we've been doing is installing identified locations of needs for guide rail. So this is just a continuation of that program. That's based around roadside hazards that we are required to protect. The culvert R&R program we're trying to establish a standard line, so we went through the program last year and did some inspections of all of our locations, and so we've added quite a few more to our asset registry, and it's just a standard line so that we have the ability to replace, I'm going to call it large size, but not to the point of Ontario structure inspection size, which is greater than a span of greater than 3 meters. And we've certainly seen that need in the last couple of years where we've had emergency replacements. Probably in the last 3 years, I think we've done 3 in a row. So that's a standard line for us to ensure that we have budget available to do that type of work. The OSIM structure R&R program, as I mentioned, Ontario Structure Inspection Manual requires regulations that require us to inspect biannually every other year the structures that we have supporting our roads, and especially the large size ones. So this is a program looking at works that's been identified through our structure inspections. These ones that are listed are more so on the engineering side because the work is, we have a few deck repairs and some significant concrete work that has to take place for a number of these structures. So we try to consolidate the work so that we could have a bunch of design work going on at the same time, and then we would look to phase construction works over the next couple of years.
Thank you. Questions, councillors? Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, no questions, just move to include this in the budget.
Seconded by Councillor Cressman. I did just have one question on the guide rails. So this is only rehabilitation or replacement of, not establishing new and putting in new. I only ask because I know I've had some people reach out who want them, and some of those roads are included on this list.
Yeah, through you, Chair. So this is for installation of new guide rail. It is not for repairs and rehabilitation. It's for installation of new. If we have a few locations that need repairs, we would include that with the program, and we can likely look at that for this year. But we are in the process of installing new.
Very good. Thank you. Those residents should be pleased then. All right. In that case, any other questions or comments, councillors? Councillor Cressman.
This is again for information. Do we install them ourselves, or do we get others to install them? Because I see some nice shiny new ones around the township, and I thought, boy, they do a great job.
Through you, Chair, we work with a contractor to install. If there's operations or maintenance works minor that are needed, like repairs and such, then we would undertake that with our staff. But for the new installations, they are designed and installed.
Very good. Seeing no more questions, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That carries unanimously. On to page number 191, which is capital budget request form number 36, number 37, and number 56. This is infrastructure services, fleet and equipment for roads under replacement and rehabilitation. I'll leave it to you, Director.
Through you, Chair, this is a couple of items here from last year that the second half of funding for some fleet and equipment that was purchased and approved last year, and then there's an additional unit there as well, and that's just a rolling stock timed replacement.
Thank you. Questions, councillors, or direction? Councillor Cressman?
Move to include in capital budget.
Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Martin, did you have a question?
Yes, I had a question. I was just trying to wrap my head around the differences, and I know there was a question asked earlier. We didn't approve a truck for a different department, and here we're looking at, is this replacing 3? How many trucks is that? So I'm just curious, it sounds like we can't really share the trucks between departments. Just wondering if there's any further discussion we can have on this.
Through you, Chair, yes, this is for 3 trucks. As I mentioned before, there was 2 that were purchased last year, and this is a portion of that ask is for those 2 pieces of equipment. And the third is 2015 age, and we are asking to start that process of procuring. They are a 2-year lead time for vehicles and for equipment this size, so we do have a 2-year lead time, and that's why we spread the money over a few years.
Does that answer your question, Councillor? Because I have a follow-up on it. So, in theory, if this weren't approved, we still have 2 vehicles that essentially need this extra money to finish the procurement of? Okay. So we're partway through the process. This is that remaining amount for those 2, and then the other one is to start the procurement for the new double axle truck, correct?
Through you, Chair, that's correct. I think in years future, looking at some of the budget sheets here for these major vehicles, we would probably have you make the commitment at the time of. However, that's been the practice the last little while is trying to push it over 2 years, and so then the sheet comes back for the second year.
Okay. So we do have a motion that has been moved and seconded. Anybody else have questions or comments?
Just one question. We see that the fire trucks come out of the States with an exchange rate. Do these tend to be manufactured in Canada and therefore not exposed to that?
Through you, Chair, there's parts that are manufactured in Canada. So we do have, there's 2 different components to the chassis and then the dump box. And depending on who the low bidder would be, it may depend on where their production is. But yeah, there could be a part that comes from the States.
Councillor Dunstall?
So I just want to make sure I understand. So we did not approve the one that had 165,000 kilometers on it and was from 2013. But we are going to approve this additional one, or we're considering approving this additional one. Is that correct? Well, I'm looking at my fellow councillors here. Everyone's aware of that? Yes? Okay.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, maybe just in response or as a general observation, there's what I understand to be an ask for the remaining portion of the trucks that we've already approved to be funded, but then there is an ask on here that is actually being covered through DC charges, so it's essentially a new truck to help us cover off the growth and the expectation on that. So, we're essentially paying for the trucks we've already ordered and then buying a new truck with the 2-year lead time window, and growth is able to pay for that through DCs. Is that what I'm reading correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, my understanding is absolutely. It's a DC growth-related truck. And the other distinction is that my understanding is all 3 of these are large, heavy-duty dump trucks that can double as plows, whereas the other vehicle that we were speaking of earlier was a pickup style. It may have been a heavy-duty pickup truck, but it was a different style vehicle altogether.
Thank you. You didn't mention the plow. That makes a difference. Thank you.
Very good. Any other questions then, councillors? Okay, just wanted to make sure. We've had so many motions today. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, after we discuss this motion, I have a separate motion maybe related to this topic, but not related to the approval of it, if we may.
Okay, we will deal with this motion first as it's on the floor, and then we will go back to you, Councillor Cressman. So any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. And Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, to address some of the synergies or cross-department sharing of resources, potentially what we could encourage or put a motion in here to direct our departments of community services and infrastructure services to explore options for sharing vehicles and particularly dump trucks that may be useful when we're exploring large projects for community services. Is that fair to put forward as a motion?
Director Catania.
Through you, Mayor Sallin, maybe it's just a general comment. The parks and facility technicians that we have on staff, they, as far as I know, they do not have a DZ license. I think they're specialized licenses that you have in infrastructure services, so there is going to be a distinction between some of the fleet vehicles and who's allowed to operate those.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, as I'm sort of thinking this through, I mean, I get that there would be limitations there, but I don't know if there would be friendly synergies amongst the department that perhaps if there was a large project that needed mulch or fill or gravel, whatever, can we have our infrastructure services assist on a project in that situation where you might put a team on site, have the infrastructure services pick up the material, drop it off, and then move forward from there? Is that a possibility?
I'm going to turn it over to CAO Chambers.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I think this raises the broader discussion around fleet management and how we do that corporately. I would expect that it would be quite a detailed exercise to undertake that in terms of how it would affect us operationally. And so just on the fly, I would prefer to have a conversation among the team about the time requirements and how we could propose that. But it's certainly something that in municipalities in the past that I've looked at, developing an overall fleet management program, and it's something we have discussed, but I would want to ensure that we had the resources and time available to look at that issue.
Through the chair, understood. Appreciate the insight.
Very good. Moving on to page 192, this is capital budget request form number 38. Also infrastructure services, this is lift station operations maintenance plan under replacement and rehabilitation. I'll pass it over to the director.
Through you, Chair, this is a development of an operations plan that's required under our consolidated licensing that we received from the province. I mentioned that, I believe, in the last operating meeting. That's a license that we were granted as required because of the regulatory download of approvals. So this is something that we have to have in place to support our wastewater system.
Thank you. Questions, comments, direction, councillors? Councillor Cressman?
Move that this be included. I don't think we have any choice.
Yep, seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. Any comments? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Carries unanimously. This does bring us back around to the level 3 electric vehicles. I know that we said we were going to delay it to later on in the day. Is this a suitable time, or would everyone like this to be our final motion that we have? Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, I believe we decided to delay pending the outcome of some research initiatives. Are we prepared to discuss now, or is this something that could be put off to the 15th?
Yeah, I actually forgot about that. We did request that information coming back on the 15th, so please. Yes, Councillor Cressman?
But the grants have to be in. So I think, I think.
I must admit, I'm sorry as chair, I'm failing at the moment with we've gone through so many motions today, keeping it all on track. Yes, and that is why we did request to delay it later on into today's vote. You are correct. I'm going to give our clerk a moment to figure out what exactly we had resolved, and we'll continue on with infrastructure. Sorry to cause confusion there. We've disposed of those. Just give me one moment to find what page we're on next, because there's a bunch that we've already done. So we're on page 207 now, and that's going to be capital budget request form number 49. All right, so this is Infrastructure Services, Snyder's Road Reconstruction Phase 3 under Growth and New, and I'll turn it over to our director.
Through you, Chair, this is a third phase of the Snyder's Road project. It also includes a portion of Foundry. In both cases, we're looking at sewer work primarily, and have some significant I&I issues on the west side, as well as a capacity constraint on the Foundry section that we will be repairing. This is a growth, partially growth-related item as well, so there's quite a bit of coordination that has to happen with the Baden Trunk crossing, and it also has a rail corridor crossing involved with this project as well. So this is one that was also previously reported to council when we, I believe it was the fall, we brought a report forward that we would be overtaking the project management from the region and undertaking the project through our forces from a engineering and design management standpoint, rather than through the region as the project lead.
Thank you. I will start with my question first, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Cressman. I just want to understand the wastewater component of this being the rate debt. Does that mean that we're recovering the costs and paying that debt through our wastewater rates?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. This is a complex project in that there's repair and replacement components, as well as the growth components that are funded as much as we can by DCs. So that's why we've got three funding sources: the sort of the R&R component, the DC component, and then there's truly a sewer component that is tax funded, rate funded. So that's there.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cressman.
So, yes, I don't think there's any doubt we need to fund this. The question I had is, in the management of it ourselves, I think I see an option where we hire additional people so we can manage these projects, and it's revenue neutral. So did we get that management of these projects for free from the region? Or was it included in the cost? Is there cost reduction because of it? I'm just trying to work around my head about how the money flows back and forth, and so I'll let you answer.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Historically, when the region would undertake works in our area, they would typically include, we'll say, engineering and project management costs with their own costs, if you will, and we wouldn't have a billing relationship. Through phase 1 and phase 2, that's changed. I think they've modernized their model a little bit there. So we do pay a portion of consulting services to the region when they manage a project in our jurisdiction. That includes some of our works, but then we also pay for their staff to project manage and to oversee the project as well. So there is a component that we do pay to the region as part of those projects. What we're looking to do, and this is reported on in the fall when we had asked for approval of an agreement with the region, we're going to be billing them back for our work. So our project management work and our involved work. You may recall from that report as well that we did ask for some support. I think we looked at $60,000 in operating over 2 years, maybe a bit more, I can't recall the exact number, but we were asking for some operating money that we would look to offset a new staff. So yes, when we're looking for a new staff related to this type of work, it is a billing relationship that we cover through invoicing.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, move to include in the budget.
Seconded by Councillor Dunstall. Any other questions or comments, councillors? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That carries unanimously. On to page 208. This is request form number 50, Infrastructure Services Employment Lands Collector Road. This is under growth and new, and I will turn it over to Director.
Through you, Chair, this is I think a second ask over a number of years here for the Employment Lands Collector Road cost. This is a DC item, so it is cost shared with the developer, and so this is just our portion that we are responsible for.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, move to include.
And that's been seconded by Councillor Dunstall. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That carries unanimously. On to page 209. This is request form number 51, Infrastructure Services for SWM Facility Retrofit Nithview under growth and new. And I'll turn it to the Director.
Through you, Chair, yes, that's right. Stormwater management is what SWIM refers to, and that's we'll call it an industry term. So this project is SWIM facility retrofit, so we'd be looking at, there's a facility behind the proposed project for Nithview. So that what we're looking at is trying to retrofit that to also include some growth area, but also the reconstruction on Victoria and Booley. We did defer Victoria Booley works, so that's why you don't see Victoria Booley in this budget cycle, and you will see that for next year. But part of that is a result of trying to deal with the SWIM facility and trying to retrofit for the works and for the drainage that would need to occur there. So this is design money to look at that in detail.
Thank you. Questions or directions? Councillor Martin.
I would move to include this in the capital budget.
Seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Yes. All right, on to page 210. This is number 53, Infrastructure Services, Baden Trunk Sanitary Sewer Construction, new and growth, and I will turn it over to our Director.
Through you, Chair, this is a multi-year ask. We asked for some money last year, and we were looking at construction starting earlier. However, we are a bit delayed, so this is just the second ask of the money that we would need to build phase 1 and phase 2 of Baden Trunk.
Can I just get some clarification? I know that infrastructure this week recently announced some funding that this might apply to. My understanding was we were trying to get clarity from the province, though, if we could qualify not fully owning all of our water system. Is that something that we would look at as this project continues if there's funding to apply for?
Through you, Chair, yes, we've historically maintained a sharp, keen eye on funding opportunities. So I would say not just with this project, but any project that we have that may qualify, we'd be certainly looking to apply.
Very good, thank you. Councillor Sadhu.
I would move to include this in the budget.
Moved, seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Cressman, did you have a question?
Yes, not that I'm going to disapprove or to vote against. The Charlotta street sewage pump, is that the one, lift pump, is that the one out by OK Tire? No, okay.
Through you, Chair, no, that's Charlotta Street. We have a small, we'll say small size pumping station to the east. And so I believe you're referring to the regional facility on Foundry. Yeah, no, we're directly on Charlotta with this pump.
Very good. Any other questions or comments on this one, councillors? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That carries unanimously. On to page 211, this is request number 54, Infrastructure Services, Trunk Sewer Flow Monitoring Improvements. This is growth and new, and I'll turn it over to the Director.
Through you, Chair, this is money that we're asking for our wastewater system that few pieces to it, but we essentially are advancing our game, we'll say, with monitoring our wastewater system. So this is just a further installation and monitoring for flows. And all of that obviously would support the growth process as we identify our constraint areas and we identify sewers that could also be used in the event of constraints. So this is just a continual investment in that program.
Thank you. Questions, councillors? Councillor Cressman?
Yes, I wasn't sure whether this was equipment that could be used repeatedly or whether it was a one-time investment only for a specific area.
Through you, Chair, yes. So we use part of this money to purchase flow monitors, and we can use that. We have used consulting services to support this as well over the last few years. So I think there's some locations they've made installations, but yes, to answer your question, they can be it's an annual ask, but we can use some of the equipment that is part of it. So whether we redeploy it in different areas or that kind of thing. So yes, they do have a reuse.
Order of magnitude in terms of those two pieces in this ask?
I think a flow monitor may be in the range of around $5,000 to install, so purchase and install. So, yeah, but there are consulting services that come with this as well to help evaluate some of the constraint points.
Very good. Councillor Wilkinson.
Move to include.
It's been moved, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to page 212. This is budget request number 55, and it's infrastructure services, sanitary sewer, railway crossing, New Hamburg, under growth and new. I'll turn it over to the director.
Through you, Chair. So this is the railway crossing from the employment lands across the railway to Wilmot Woods, and so that's part of our growth planning in that area, and allows for some changes to the system there. This is design money, so we'd be looking to undertake the design process. We are looking at in-house resources for this project as well, so this is partially consulting money for things like geotech and other consulting services because it is I will say a more difficult installation. So that's one we're looking at design money and having that approved for construction for next year.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Through you, Chair Salonen, to Director Molenhouse, how does this intersect with railway crossings that the railroad is supposed to be responsible for? If we install it, does that mean that in the future we're always responsible for it? Is it different? I was just wondering how all of that...
Through you, Chair. So when it comes to underground work, like a water main crossing or a sanitary crossing or storm crossing, we typically would be responsible entirely for that. And there are specific items that we have to deal with to get those crossings in place. For a regular crossing, it is sort of a mixed responsibility if it's a road crossing, so that's a bit of a different scenario. Where we may have a partial responsibility and the rail authority has a partial responsibility for those types of crossings. But to speak to I guess maybe a unique one in our jurisdiction, so on Perth Street we do have what's considered a railway bridge that is part of our road system, but it is considered a rail bridge. So it is a more complex environment with respect to who's responsible for what. But crossings for sewers and for water mains typically would be us.
Very good. Other questions, comments, direction? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, move to include.
It's seconded by Councillor Creston. All those in favor, that carries unanimously. And then that brings us to page 215, which is request form number 78, infrastructure services, Nipful Petersburg private drinking water system conversion. This goes under studies and other, and I will turn it over to the director.
Through you, Chair. So this is asking for money for consulting services. We have to undertake a review of the system, and we will very likely have to upgrade the system to bring it to a municipal standard, and certainly we will wait for the result of any study, but that's what this money is looking for so that we can undertake that review and potentially begin a preliminary design for that work.
Very good. Councillor Dunn.
I would move this forward.
And seconded by Councillor Martin. I did have a question just on the funding source. So local improvement debt, does that mean that it is just for the houses impacted in this area, or is it covered across the whole tax levy?
Through you, Chair, no, that would be specific to who the benefiting, who's ever benefiting within the area of the project. So I think there's far more reporting that would have to come back to council so you could see the impacts, and there will be public processes involved with that as well. So certainly more detail to come. I guess as far as the staff recommendation at this point, you really only have two choices to fund something like this, and it's either broadly applied across the tax base or it is specific to the benefiting landowner.
Thank you very much. Councillor Crescent.
Yeah, yes, that reminds me, or that takes me to my question about if there's others that would be logically included who aren't necessarily on this, do they have the option of opting in, or is this exclusive?
Through you, Chair, we would have to bring that forward as part of the study that takes place. The region also is undertaking a supply study, so they're going to have to consider either how to integrate this area with their urban system, entire urban system, or service it through supply at the location. To look at additional, we'll say units that maybe they aren't on the private water system now and they wish to connect. That should come forward as part of a study to council, because there will be additional costs and there will be additional impacts to the overall project, including design. I know that there's been some reconstructions out there for the roads, the regional roads particularly, and that may impact the ability to service now. So those things need to be considered as part of the study and brought back to the community and to council.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson.
Yes, so through the chair to Director Mullenhuse or Interim Director, pardon me, I've lost it. Elliott, thank you. I wanted to say Collins for some reason. My apologies. I'm thinking of Tom Collins. I mean,
just call me late for dinner.
My apologies, but this project, so at this point, we're simply looking at the funding for the initial study. Obviously, design and the work and everything would come further down the road, and we anticipate probably greater costs. But part of my question would be that we expect we would see a report back and have public engagement as to how these costs would be funded, how they would be amortized, and would affect them in their annual taxes. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. You need to pass a special levy bylaw, so there would be quite a bit of discussion and engagement. Once we understand the full costs of the project, we can then look at what percentage of that cost are we prepared to fund on the broad shoulder of the taxpayer or the other water rate customers, and how much of it do we expect the directly benefiting owners of this project to fund as well.
Very good. So we do have a motion on the floor, but Councillor Crescent.
I would say that St. Agatha informs us on this decision because of what they went through, and there was some very unhappy homeowners on that. So I think if we deviate too much from that model, there might be a civil war on Notre Dame.
Through the chair, like it noted, I intend to prevent that from happening.
Director Mullenhuse.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, so this is one that's been on our radar for probably 2 or 3 years now. And previously we have been asked about the opportunities for grants or funding and that type of thing. So I did want to note that that's something on our radar as well. I'm not sure how eligible something like this would be for a grant or an opportunity like that to consider alternative funding sources, but it is certainly on our radar too. I did also want to point out that we are asking for operations money specific to this as well, not just capital, because we will be required to operate and maintain the system. We won't technically own it, but we will be required to operate and maintain in accordance with the ministry orders in the May timeframe, May 2024. So we do need additional operating money to address that.
Very good. I don't see any other questions, so I'll call the vote. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. I would also ask that we can take a quick break. We've made it through all of the requests that we have the information for today, apart from EV, which we'll come back to. I would ask that we could have a 5-minute recess. May I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. All in favor? And we'll be back in 5 minutes. All right, if I can have a motion to reconvene, please. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. All in favor? That carries unanimously. I will turn it over to Clerk Bunn to give us an update on where we landed with the EV.
Thank you, Mayor. And through you, Mayor, just to refresh Council's memory as to where this landed, there was a motion brought forward by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Cressman, that the committee approve the 2024 capital budget request form 39 regarding level 3 electronic vehicle charging stations project dependent on successful grant funding, and further that the location of the chargers be amended to reflect downtown locations. There was then a motion to defer that was brought forward by Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Cressman, that the motion itself be deferred to this afternoon for further discussion. That was carried unanimously.
So that brings us to now, where the deferral period has happened. This is the last capital project that we have to discuss today. So the motion we do have before, it's already been moved and seconded. Is there any question or comment at this time? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Sorry.
Pardon me, could we recap what exactly we're voting on right here?
Yes, this is just what the clerk went through, but I can get him to read it again.
No, I apologize. I missed
That's okay.
the final part of the motion there.
Sorry, I can read it again for sure. And perhaps even getting a mover and a seconder again might just be a little bit easier for the record. But the motion that would be possibly on the floor, if it's moved and seconded, is that the committee approve the 2024 capital budget request form 39 level 3 electronic vehicles charging stations project dependent on successful grant funding, and that the location of the chargers be amended to reflect downtown locations.
So for process, I'm being asked to get a mover and seconder again. Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Cressman. Any comments or questions from this do-over? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, my apologies. I was under the understanding we were going to receive more information.
Okay, I can turn it over to Director Catania. Yep.
Through you, Mayor Sala, to Councillor Wilkinson. Just some quick information. I can report back even further in a couple weeks' time. But right now, the township's bringing in about $1,800 a year for revenue for the EV charging stations. That's for 6. And these are level 1 stations, so these are the slow charge. So when you look at just averaging out, we're looking at $300 per year per station. Now, in saying that, and I'm not trying to raise any expectations, but when you look at a level 3 charger, there will be a little bit more appetite for people to get their to do a fast charge, and we would be setting our rates appropriate to what market is, which is around $15 an hour.
Yes, my apologies for cutting you off before that information. Like I said, it's been a long day keeping track of everything here.
What page is it so I can look at the cost again? I think it's $150,000.
Just one moment. Yes, Councillor Sadhu.
Just a comment on it. So under the cost recovery, we're assuming $21,800 for the year per, and currently we're doing $1,800 across 6 of them. So my only fear is, like, by the time we recoup the money on these chargers, they're going to be end of life, or we're going to have to replace them. So just doing the math here, we're going to be upside down no matter what on these.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I concur with what my colleague is suggesting here, but even further, I'm starting to think about it more, and while I know that the federal government has mandated a year for adoption or a cessation of sales of internal combustion engines, is it possible to assume, and I don't want to assume because it's dangerous, but that we may see further infrastructure investment from the federal level down the road because they're going to have to provide charging stations for the vehicles that they've mandated that the public buy. So are we potentially jumping the gun here and spending money for something that we may never fully cost recover, knowing that down the road, there's a very real chance the federal government is likely to have to provide this infrastructure?
I certainly wouldn't hold my breath for the federal government to be giving any money. I do certainly appreciate what you're saying. I would go from the approach of the outlets that we're currently using in collecting funds are vastly different to a level 3 in terms of speed at which they charge, and I know that it can be an attraction point for people if there is a level 3 charger, because you could actually get a charge within an hour to be able to viably go somewhere, whereas right now they are trickle charges, like comparable to plugging it in at your house. So I'm actually kind of surprised that we're even making that much money off of them. My one question that I am wondering, though, when you are talking about the infrastructure component, I believe, and I could be wrong, but my understanding is that car dealerships that are selling EV, there are some in New Hamburg that are looking at putting in level 3 chargers. I believe you have more information on that, Councillor Martin?
It's my understanding that Expressway Forward is putting one in. What I see, though, is for the business community, if we put them in the downtowns, it's going to be benefiting our downtown businesses.
Absolutely. I think the other thing, too, is that right now there is a grant that exists, and it doesn't mean that there will be ones in the future. I would certainly be open to taking advantage of that opportunity, plus with business attraction, as well as there is the federal mandate of switching to electric vehicles. I would also be open to, if there are people who are looking at, maybe we only look at investing in one of these chargers at this time. But Councillor Cressman.
I'm not wanting to delay any longer, but I'm wondering whether this discussion would be tipped based on where we're sitting on our approved projects for the day as compared, give us further information, because at the end of the day, it's 1.3 points in our taxes, and to be quite honest, I'm sitting on a fence. I don't know if it's an electric fence that we used to have around the farm, but I'm sitting on the fence here.
Very good. I do believe that our staff do have the update on where we are from cuts today. I'll turn it over to Mr. Elliott.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have reduced the capital budget in total by $793,000, 120 of which is DC funded, and the balance, $673,000, is, call it, interchangeable reserve funding with the infrastructure. So we've got, call it, knocked off $673,000 from the debt requirement. I'll shuffle the funding after the fact.
CAO Chambers.
And forgive me if it was council's intention to have them located, or some located within this parking lot. I would ask Director Catania if he could speak to the number of parking spaces and whether that would be appropriate, and because I know sometimes we're already tight back behind the castle, and I'm not aware of the status of the parking lot upgrade there. If he could speak to that, please.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, to council at this point, there isn't a capital project for the parking lot for 2024. That's something we would be bringing forward to 2025 based on the reconstruction of Snyder's Road. And the contract that will be awarded, I guess, through infrastructure services, will address the access points into the castle and the back laneway for the administration building.
Yes, and in terms of the number of spaces, I know that just my own observation coming in, sometimes it's full. So I'm wondering if we could have some discussion on whether eating up a couple of additional parking spots for EVs at this point in time would further reduce that and create an issue.
Councillor Martin.
Through you, Chair Salonen, to the whole group, I would also be willing to narrow it only to New Hamburg instead of Baden if we're not sure where we're at with regards to Baden. I was simply trying to think about the Baden business community as well.
So is that an amendment that you want to add to your motion, or were you looking for discussion?
I was in part trying to speak to CAO Chambers' question, and thinking if that helps on that. So I could amend it if there is a concern about the parking lot here at Castle Kilbride.
I mean, that is essentially within council's purview, though. I don't think that would necessarily be on staff to ask, but if it is about parking lot capacity, CAO Chambers, if you did want to add onto that.
Yeah, I think just a quick conferring with my team here, they may consider it an issue of eating up a couple of additional spaces at this time.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, if I'm not mistaken, I recall reading a report, I think it was last year's budget, regarding the parking lot here. We did end up deferring that entirely, if I'm not mistaken. So understand the concern about parking spots, but to my knowledge, we're not redoing this parking lot. Is that accurate?
That's what staff were saying, yes.
Very good.
They were saying it did not come back up in this budget. Councillor Cressman?
Do we own the land at the parking area at the former council where it's the woodworking? Does that make any sense of an area that could be a charger, or is we?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, to Councillor Cressman, we do own that property. We could definitely take a look at that as an option. Again, it just looks at, we have to look at the infrastructure to make sure that we have power requirements that can actually service a parking lot on EV level 3 there.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I actually like the idea of reducing it down to 1 and having that in New Hamburg, not because I'm the councillor there, but because we have the wheel, we have the Nith Promenade, we have a lot of shops in the downtown New Hamburg, so having something there might help promote our businesses, as we've discussed before. So I would wonder if there's an appetite here to take it from 2 to 1.
Councillor Martin?
Sure, I would be happy to. Let me also add a piece of information. Just as a follow-up to what I said, it's my understanding, this is not, I have not gone to Expressway Ford to confirm that they're installing a charger, so that's a hearsay understanding. But I can also say in looking across, in traveling across the province with an electric vehicle, a lot of dealers won't let you use their charger if you're not a customer, or if it's after hours. And so if you're traveling through, a lot of dealers lock it up. And so I don't know that we can count on that as a charger in our community. So that's the one piece. But secondly, I would say that I would amend the motion to have 1 charger, which would be in downtown New Hamburg.
Councillor Cressman is seconding that? Yes, but I'm just making sure that you're agreeing with that amendment. Very good. All right, so that has been moved, seconded. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? And that carries. So that concludes the capital portion of today. We are now moving on to item 8.1.2.1. Which is the 2024 operating budget, unfunded budget options for consideration. This is what council had deferred on Thursday to wanting to post capital budget conversation discuss. Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, I would further move that we defer this to the 15th pending the outcome of a report back on operating budget potential options for cutting.
Very good. Is there a seconder to defer this conversation? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Any comments? Seeing none. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. That's all the reports. I am just going to quickly do announcements. I did want to touch on the fact that today is International Holocaust Remembrance Day. We did do a flag lowering earlier this morning. in acknowledgement of this day, and I just briefly wanted to remark, when I was researching, and sorry for those that were at the flag lowering, this is going to be a bit of a repeat. When I was researching my information for the flag lowering, I was really surprised in a quick Google search how many Holocaust didn't happen notices came up, and how much information is available of people that denounce or deny that it ever happened. And I think that really highlights the importance of days of remembrance like this. Over 6 million Jewish people, as well as some other equity-seeking groups, lost their lives systematically through genocide during the Holocaust. And I think it's very important in our roles, certainly as council and decision makers, to recognize how policy can impact individuals and different groups. And I think it's just very important as individual citizens to understand our past and not repeat history over again. So I did want to make note that International Day of Remembrance is ongoing all day today. I will, before we wrap up, turn it back over to our interim treasurer, Mr. Dan Elliott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I previously mentioned that we're monitoring the email, and I confirm that we have not heard anything else today. And so I just wanted to close that loop. I felt bad the other day. I didn't mention any input from the email, so I wanted to do that today. We have continued to have very, very, unfortunately, few submissions through that system. But I thank the members of council who have used it so that we can provide additional information and be prepared for those questions that we may have had today. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Cressman.
So this is to our interim treasurer as well, in terms of, do we have any rough idea of where our tax rate, how our different deliberations impacted our tax rate over the 2 days of deliberation? I mean, again, it's back of napkin, etc. I won't hold you to the second decimal place, but
through you, Madam Chair, my take on it was that anything that we discussed today had zero effect on the operating budget. And today we reduced our capital funding requirement by $673,000 that I will now juggle around and reduce our debt issuance by that amount. So the only two adjustments that we had on operating was take out the $15,000 and put in $15,000. So we're still sitting at 10.6.
Very good. Councillor Martin.
Through you, Chair Salen, I just wanted to thank the staff. I think it's amazing that people come in on a Saturday. People have been working hard on this budget, so thank you for your hard work.
Any other announcements that anybody wants to make note of? Seeing none, Councillor Martin did beat me to the punch, but I did want to end by saying thank you again very much to our staff who are here today in person and sacrificing a Saturday, but also to all of your additional staff that I know who have been doing background work, preparing the budget and getting answers for us. It's greatly appreciated. Also, thank you very much to our councillors for making yourselves available on a Saturday. Not that I don't enjoy spending time with you all, but I'm also happy that we were able to be quicker than what was scheduled for today's meeting. And of course, to our clerk's department, thank you very much for keeping us all on track and having all the reports and everything ready. It's greatly appreciated. With that, I will call for us to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Cressman, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor, and that carries. Have a good night.